Monday through Friday, October 25th through October 29th. That's Linden Design Gallery at 1000 Annapolis Road, open on Saturdays from 11 to 4.
And it is 9 a.m. on Friday, October 29, 2021, under beautiful blue skies along our Mendocino and Sonoma coast. This is KGUA in Molalla 88.3 FM and live on YouTube and live online at kgua.org. And this is the final day of the Ocean Life Symposium that we are bringing to you along with Scott and Tree Mercer of Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study, along as well with our sponsors of this critical update on our oceans and the ocean life within them. And that is the newly reopened Sea Ranch Lodge Restaurant and Cafe, Lisberg and Company Realtors, Linden Design Gallery in the Sea Ranch, C&A Metalworks, the Sea Ranch Supply, Anchor Bay Thai Kitchen, and Surf Market. Since Monday, we have been hearing from local and national experts and citizen scientists. And for the final 3 hours today, we'll hear Ropeless technology, the science of entanglements, and more. This special programming continues through one more hour after we are done, as we are going to do a final wrap from noon to 1 with all the hosts and with Scott and Tree Mercer. And I am Leanne Lindsay, one of the producers and hosts, along with producers and founders, as I mentioned, Scott and Tree Mercer, KGUA hosts, George Callis, who's sitting here with me today, and Paul Mundy, and Peggy Berryhill, the GM and founder of KGUA Public Radio, a project of the Native Media Resource Center. And we also like to thank our other team members in the background. That's Roberta Chan, Jean Barry, and someone I had forgotten to mention all week long was my own son, Jordan Schusler, who helped with a lot of the media materials, a graphic artist in the video game industry in the Bay Area. You can watch all the presentations live or later on YouTube, or the audio later on SoundCloud. And there is an interactive speaker schedule at kgua.org. Just click on schedule link and you can listen live on the Air Pocket app, which also has the interactive schedule. And lastly, if you have any questions for our speakers or hosts, email them to oceanlifesymposium@gmail.com. All right, George.
Wow, I'm just realizing, Leanne, after you list the names of everyone who's worked on this project, it really takes a village to run a radio station and a symposium, doesn't it?
It sure does.
That's fantastic.
We've had a great team going on this.
We've had some fantastic speakers, and we're going to continue today with several wonderful speakers on some great topics. Kicking it off this morning for us is Brianna Zuber. Brianna is an instructor at Mendocino College. She's going to talk. Brianna, I think you've got the favorite title, my vote, favorite title of everybody. Yes. She's going to be speaking on the weird and wonderful, ocean oddballs and peculiar partnerships. Wow, that's going to be fascinating. As I said, Brianna teaches at Mendocino College. She teaches courses in marine biology, zoology, and botany. She holds graduate degrees in biology and environmental science. And let's welcome Brianna. Tell us about these oddballs and partnerships.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here. How are y'all?
Good morning. We're doing great, and we're glad to have you. And we're going to now let you take it from here.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so I had a great introduction there. And as you can see, the title of my talk is The Weird and Wonderful, Ocean Oddballs and Peculiar Partnerships. And I realized as I got closer to the date that I had a pretty good Halloween theme going on. So you may see that throughout the talk. So the first thing that I want to talk to you about is sea cucumbers. And sea cucumbers do this process called evisceration. The sea cucumbers are marine invertebrates, meaning they don't have a backbone, and they're very similar to sea urchins and sea stars. And if you've ever seen a sea cucumber, they don't really have a lot going on as far as being able to defend themselves. They don't have a shell or teeth or claws or anything like that. But one thing they can do is they can actually expel their guts. And this is called evisceration. And they can actually regenerate the organs after they expel them, so they don't die whenever they do it. It doesn't harm them. one species, which is called the warty sea cucumber, which is found off the coast of California, actually does this evisceration process every year to kind of clean out their system, and then they'll regenerate their organs again. And then also many sea cucumbers use these structures called Cuvierian tubes as another defense mechanism, and they'll do the same thing. They'll expel these out of their body, and they're kind of these long sticky tubes, which are actually, you can see in the picture on the top right there, and that will, as you can imagine, if you were trying to sneak up on a cucumber and then it expelled those, it might startle you and you might change your mind about eating it. So the second thing that I want to talk to you about are flatworms. Flatworms and marine flatworms are hermaphrodites, along with many, many, many other invertebrates. And that means that they have both male and female reproductive structures. And whenever flatworms mate, what they'll do is two flatworms will kind of come to each other and they'll rear up, and each flatworm will try to stab the other with its penis. And the reason why this happens is because reproduction, raising offspring, producing offspring, requires a lot of energy. So whichever organism gets stabbed or inseminated is the one that's going to have to produce the offspring. And so they kind of battle over who's going to be the one that actually is inseminated and produces the offspring. So this is affectionately called penis fencing, or the more kind of scientific term would be hypodermic insemination. And this can last for up to an hour. And typically the flatworm that ends up getting inseminated, getting stabbed, does have wounds, and it will have to recover from the wounds and then also use all that energy to produce the offspring. So that's why it's kind of a battle there. The next thing I want to talk to you about are vampire squid. And the scientific name of the vampire squid actually translates to the vampire squid from hell, which is a pretty serious name. They're a pretty intimidating name, but the vampire squid are actually really not that dangerous or scary. They typically eat marine snow, which is a nice way of saying the poop that drifts down from the other organisms that live higher in the water column. And as you can see in the pictures, if you're watching on YouTube, the vampire squid are more similar, even though it's called a squid, more similar to octopus. So they still have 8 arms, but the 8 arms are webbed in between. So it sometimes gives the appearance of what people have referred to as a cape-wearing vampire. And they also have the suction cups. But they can do this really interesting thing whenever they get startled or they come in contact with a predator, where they'll actually turn themselves inside out, and each of their arms is lined with these kind of hook-like structures called cirri. And so they look much more intimidating when they turn themselves inside out and show their cirri, and they usually have a dark color. And this is often referred to as the pumpkin posture. And they're also covered in bioluminescent photophores, so they can basically glow in the dark. And we think that they might be able to squirt a bioluminescent substance from the tip of their arms at a predator to also scare off predators. Now, the tongue-eating isopod is sometimes called the tongue-eating louse. And what it will do is it will attach to a fish's gills and make its way into the mouth of the fish. And it will attach onto the tongue of the fish, and the tongue will actually start to regenerate. And the isopod basically replaces the tongue of the fish. And the fish can live with the isopod in its mouth functioning as its tongue for a while. And so that isopod gets to live basically like a parasite on the fish, where when the fish takes in food, the isopod's going to come into contact with food also. And you can see there's some pretty interesting pictures there. Oftentimes people will catch a fish and they will open the mouth to see an isopod has replaced the tongue. One of my favorites are hagfish, and hagfish can produce copious amounts of slime. So the Pacific hagfish, which you can see on the picture on the right, they're very kind of eel-like looking fish, and they are totally blind. And they often hang out on the bottom of the ocean where they look for dead organisms, carcasses, and things like that. And they can burrow into the carcasses, and they have this nifty trick where they can actually absorb nutrients through their skin. So just by burrowing inside of a carcass, they can get nutrients. But they also can latch on to prey or carcasses, and they'll tie themselves in a knot to create a little more torque and force, and then they'll kind of wriggle back and forth and tear a chunk off of the food. And what they will do is whenever, say, a fish tries to eat them or something like that, they have these slime glands on their body that will release proteins. And when the proteins come into contact with water, they produce this really awesome slime. And not just a little bit of slime, a lot of slime. So much so that when a bigger fish, even say a shark, tries to eat a hagfish, it ends up getting a mouthful of slime, and it can even suffocate the organism. And so they will usually pretty quickly spit out the hagfish and go the other way. And the picture on the left here, where it looks like a car that's full of hagfish slime, that's because it actually is. Some of you may have heard about that. This is actually on 101, but it's further north up in Oregon. Somebody was transporting hagfish that they were going to sell to Asia, and they got in a wreck, and it had been raining. And when the hagfish spilled out of the car and came into contact with the water, slime everywhere. Another very interesting organism are carnivorous sponges. And when we hear about sponges, we think of, filter feeding organisms, but there are actually some sponges that are carnivorous. They tend to live on the deep sea where food is a little more scarce. So they would have to use a lot of energy to filter out enough food from the water. So instead, what they'll do is they'll actually capture organisms, and then they will eat the organisms. The picture on the top right is the harp sponge, named the harp sponge because it's shaped kind of like a harp, where it has these structures called veins and then vertical structures that run up from that. And the picture on the left is the parasol sponge because it looks kind of like a parasol or an umbrella shape. But tiny little marine crustaceans and other organisms will, as they float by, will get trapped or attached to the harp sponge or the parasol sponge, and then they will be eaten by the sponge. So it's a pretty different strategy than most sponges when we think of it, just pull in water, filter out particles, and then release the filtered water. Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about some of the peculiar partnerships. So the first one that I want to talk about are the crab and sea anemones. So some crabs have evolved this nifty little trick of attaching sea anemones to their shells. And this is what we would call a mutualistic relationship, because both of the organisms in this relationship are going to benefit. They each get something out of the partnership. And you can see in the picture on the left, that crab there, a decorator crab, is kind of holding two anemones. And then in the picture on the right, there's an anemone attached to that crab. So when the crab eats food, it kind of is going to tear up its food, and typically little pieces of the food are going to kind of drift away. And the anemone actually can get some of those food particles. So the anemone benefits, one, because it gets a free ride, which means it can make its way to areas that it wouldn't typically be able to get to, because sea anemones don't really move around that much. Some of them can move some, but not that much. And then obviously the crab is going to benefit because it now has an organism attached to it that has stinging tentacles. So now it is not only has claws, but it also has stinging tentacles. And scientists have actually seen crabs actively seek out anemones. They'll kind of almost tickle them a little bit with their claw to try to get the anemone to detach from the substrate, and then they'll pick it up and attach it to their shell. And sometimes whenever they say a hermit crab switches out a shell, it will take its sea anemone off its old shell and put it on its new shell. And then scientists have even seen crabs holding the sea anemones and kind of waving them at predators to deter the predators and keep the predators away. Another interesting relationship that I wanted to talk to you about involves fish zombies. So there is a marine fluke, fancy word would be trematode, and it starts its life in an organism called a horned snail. And whenever the fluke is in the horned snail, it will produce larvae. And the catch is the larvae have to make their way into a killifish to be able to complete the next part of their life cycle. So the fluke will make its way into a killifish through the gills, but then the fluke actually travels to the brain of the fish. And whenever the fluke gets into the brain of the fish, it sort of takes over. And so that's kind of the idea of the zombie fish. And the fluke causes the fish to do something very interesting. So remember I said that this fluke starts its life in a snail, then it makes its way to the killifish, and then the fluke actually has to go into a bird before it can complete all of its life cycle. So one way that you can get from a fish to a bird is to have the fish be eaten by a bird. And so oddly enough, these flukes, when they enter the brain of the killifish, cause it to have more movements. It becomes more aggressive and shows more swimming behaviors, which is going to make it more obvious to a predator like a bird and more likely to get eaten. So the fluke gets the killifish to be more likely to be eaten by a bird so that it can go into the bird and then complete its life cycle. And then through the bird feces, the whole life cycle starts over again. And one of the facts about this is that the infected killifish are 10 to 30 times more likely to be eaten by a bird than a killifish that's not infected. And these killifish can actually have really high loads of these parasites in their body, and they can still grow and they can still reproduce. It seems that the only thing that this parasite affects is their like locomotory activity, which kind of makes sense because the parasite doesn't want the host to die. It just wants it to do what it wants it to do. So fish zombies. Another relationship that I want to talk to you about is between algae and coral reefs, or coral that build coral reefs. So this is a symbiosis because the two animals have a relationship, but this is mutualistic, just kind of like the crab and the anemones, where both organisms are going to benefit from this partnership. So the algae that we're talking about here are called zooxanthellae, which is one of my favorite words. And zooxanthellae will live inside the tissues of coral. And these zooxanthellae can do photosynthesis just like plants. They can take energy from the sun and they can turn it into food or sugar. And when the algae do this, the coral actually gets some of that energy from the algae. And in some cases, the algae can provide up to 90% of the coral's energy, which is pretty impressive. And then the algae get a place to hang out nice and safe and protected inside of the coral. But the catch is, oftentimes when these algae come under stress, and we're not 100% sure about what all the potential stressors might be, but we think increased UV exposure, increased temperature, perhaps even increased ocean acidity can cause these algae to do weird things. They can release compounds into the coral that are not good for the coral. And when the coral detects this, the coral will actually spit out the algae. But the thing is, most of the time, coral have a pretty white clear color. The algae inside the coral give the coral a lot of its color, the bright oranges and yellows and reds that we're familiar with when we think about coral. A lot of that color is produced by the algae. So if the coral expels or spits out the algae, the coral loses its color and it becomes white. And then we refer to this as bleaching. So coral bleaching is something that is kind of a worldwide phenomenon right now. And whenever these reefs turn white, they are referred to as ghost reefs. And say the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, it has actually been like up to 60% of the reef has been bleached. And a lot of times when the corals spit out their algae, they will die because they're not getting that energy that they were getting before from the algae. Sometimes the algae will come back and the coral can recover, which they are seeing in some parts of the Great Barrier Reef. But a lot of times once the coral is bleached, it's dead and then that habitat has been lost. And then the last peculiar partnership that I want to talk to you about is between the sea cucumber and the pearlfish. Pearlfish, they kind of look like the hagfish that we saw earlier. They're kind of just thin, slender, eel-like looking fish. And they often will live inside of invertebrates like sea cucumbers and sometimes even sea stars. Some of them don't, some of them live on their own, but some of them like to live inside of other organisms. Now, how did we figure this out? Well, back in 1975, somebody caught a sea cucumber and they put it in a bucket of water and they walked away. And when they came back a few hours later, there were 14 pearlfish in the bucket and a sea cucumber. And what had happened is the pearlfish had actually swam out of the sea cucumber. 14 of them, well, 15 total, because apparently one stayed inside the sea cucumber. We think this relationship for some pearlfish and sea cucumbers is commensal, meaning that the pearlfish benefits because it gets to be kind of safe and hidden inside of the sea cucumber, but there doesn't seem to be much of an effect on the sea cucumber. But in some species of sea cucumber, when the pearlfish swims inside, it will actually become more parasitic and the pearlfish will actually eat the gonads of the sea cucumber and eat its other internal organs, which, as you can imagine, is not very good for the sea cucumber. But a lot of times it's just a commensal relationship. The sea cucumber doesn't seem to be harmed. And sea cucumbers will actually kind of breathe, I'll use that term kind of loosely, through their anus. So the sea cucumber will wait, the pearlfish will wait until the sea cucumber breathes, and then it will swim inside of the sea cucumber. And then, I guess, depending on if it likes it, invite other friends. And that is the end of my presentation for today. I appreciate you listening, and I hope that you enjoyed it.
Hi, Brianna.
Hey, Scott.
Hey there, we're back.
Okay, good. We're all back. Yeah, go ahead, Leanne.
All right, we are going to let everyone know that you have been listening to the final day of the Ocean Life Symposium here on KGUA in Wallala, 88.3 FM. And we are streaming around the world at kgua.org and on apps Radio Garden and TuneIn. And we've been listening to Brianna. And George, you can say again who Brianna is with and what we're listening to.
Yeah, Brianna is an instructor at the Mendocino College. And Brianna, you just teach nearly everything about biology and science, it seems to me. But I love that program, the Ocean Oddities. I'm sorry, did I get that right? Yeah, Ocean Oddities.
Ocean Oddballs. That's
Oddballs,
same thing.
thank you. And Peculiar Partnerships. I wondered if I was thinking of my own past and who some of the peculiar people, but yours was much more on the spot, on target. Thanks so much.
Happy Halloween to everybody. I hope you enjoyed the vampires and ghosts and slime and all that fun stuff.
It was a great tie-in. And Scott, did you have a couple of things you'd like to say before she leaves, since we've got a few minutes here?
Thank you very much, Brianna. It's really great to see you again. As soon as that field station is open, we're down there to help you out anytime.
Sounds great. I can't wait to see y'all again. And thanks for inviting me. It was a lot of fun.
All right.
Thank you all for being there.
Thank you, Brianna, very much. And George, what's up next?
We are going to introduce you to Zack Klyver with Blue Planet Strategies, and he'll tell us a bit about himself. And Zack, you'll introduce our next speaker. Zack?
And we'll get you to unmute yourself as is usual
Hey.
with all these Zoom meetings, right?
Hey, good morning. It's great to be with you. My name is Zack Klyver. I'm the science director of Blue Planet Strategies, which is based in Maine. And we're doing a lot of conservation work and research around protecting the North Atlantic right whale, but also working with fishermen to test Ropeless. And our partner in that has been the gentleman who I'm introducing, Rich Riels, who is one of the leading gear manufacturers for ropeless fishing technology. He has an organization you'll hear about called SMELTS, which is based in Washington State. But I've learned so much from working with him. He has a genius when it comes to this. And I think we're changing the world with this technology. And it's a very exciting time to really finally have an opportunity to address whale entanglement and see how we can improve fisheries for the fishermen. And as Rich says, we save a whale, save a fisherman. That's what we're doing. We're trying to help both coexist.
Yes, we really have been impressed with all the speakers, lots of profound presentations, such as Ralph Chalmers yesterday from the International Monetary Fund, kind of blew us all away and gave us a lot of hope as well. I think that one thing I want to point out to you guys too is, since we've got a few extra minutes, if you want to extend your presentation just a little bit to take us up towards the 10 o'clock hour, that works too. So we're going to let you take the stage from here, unless Scott, you had anything else you wanted to say.
No, it's up to you two guys. Do whatever you need to do. We're looking
All right.
for Zach and Rich.
We'll catch you on the other side.
Okay.
All right, you guys can go ahead and take over the presentation here. Did anything happen there? Let's see. Richard, Riels, are you there?
Yep,
All right, you're on deck.
I am trying to.
Oh, wait, hold on one second. Now try to share screen. I don't know why they're there. All right.
Share.
There you go. And you can start your presentation now, because we do see your presentation there.
Am I unmuted there? Let's see.
Yes, you are, and we can hear
Okay.
you. Everything's fine.
Good morning. My name is Richard Riels. I'm the executive director to the Sea Mammal Education Learning Technology Society, better known as SMELTS. And I am the inventor of the ropeless lift bag technology that I'm going to present on today. SMELTS is a nonprofit that was formed in 2014. We are based in Bellingham, Washington. I grew up in Massachusetts. I was born in Plymouth, the home of the right whale. There is right whales that came into my local waters when I was a child, and I saw right whales. My first right whale I saw when I was 5, and I was fascinated by these creatures. Spent many a summer living on Plymouth Beach and seeing the whales swim around locally. My step-grandfather was a lobsterman out of Merion, Massachusetts, and I spent many a days on the lobster boat with him. It was just fascinated by the ocean. And I basically moved to Washington State because I got accepted into a master's program for engineering. And I built one of the first hybrid electric vehicles the world had ever seen. It ran on natural gas, and formed a group of students. And we went to a national competition and won the whole competition in Dearborn, Michigan. And it began my passion of using technology and collaboration and teamwork with people to try to solve problems. And as my love for the ocean continued, I basically started really wanting to rescue animals, help sea life. I started studying entanglement issues and stranding issues, ship strike. And I basically decided that I wanted to find a way that I could make a positive impact. And entanglement was becoming such a huge issue. I was training. I went to the Center for Coastal Studies in Provincetown, Massachusetts, and trained under Scott Landry. And I kept hearing the same thing, that we really have to end entanglement in fisheries if these whales are going to have a chance. And I want Zack to talk a little bit about what we've learned with entanglement and why this issue became so important to me to try to solve this problem.
And Richard, this is Leanne again. Could you actually turn on your video? We cannot see your face.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll jump in and help define the problem statement here. And that is that whale entanglement is a global issue. And as you can see with this image that we put together, this is entanglement of many different whale species from around the world. There's an image here from South Africa, one from Massachusetts, one from Alaska, one from Australia, one from Maine. And this issue is one that is really, it's one that's having a significant impact on individual animals and populations, but it's also a humane and moral issue, right? Because when these animals get entangled, if they aren't able to get rescued, and the majority don't, then over time the line results in them slowly, if it's a severe entanglement, it can result in them slowly dying over many months. So that's not something we want. Next. Now, this image shows the graph of whale entanglement here on the West Coast. And I know you've had a presentation about this already this week. The issue with a number of different species coming in closer to the coast and getting entangled in Dungeness crab fishing gear. And you can see the crab fishing gear and boats in this picture. There's also a quote here from David Matilla. And David is a longtime friend of ours, and he runs the disentanglement network at the International Whaling Commission. He goes around the world training people and fishermen and conservationists in different countries all over the world in the techniques for disentanglement. He's an expert in disentanglement, and he puts together teams that can help address this issue globally. But I've been in many conferences and workshops Rich and I have attended with him, and one of the things he always wants to say is that disentanglement is not the solution to whale entanglement. And we were at the World Marine Mammal Conference in Barcelona 2 years ago, and one of the speakers, a very recognized marine mammal scientist who happened to attend the very first Society for Marine Mammalogy conference that took place, I think, in 1978. And he looked at all the abstracts and all the scientific presentations of what were the concerns at that time, what were the issues affecting whales, and then he compared it to the abstracts that were being presented at the conference in 2019, 40 years later. And what he said was that, one of the things that has stayed the same is that the issue of fishery impacts and entanglement on whales. That was an issue then, and it's still an issue today, and we haven't been able to truly address it. So this impact has been ongoing for a long time. Next. Now, one of the reasons that the Ropeless technology has been really the development of it has really taken off is around trying to save this critically endangered whale species in the North Atlantic, which is the right whale. Their population had slowly increased to about 481 by 2010, but now the new population estimate, actually it's 2020, not, it says in this slide 21, but 2020 is 336. So we've lost nearly 150 individuals, 25 or 30% of the population. This population is really critically endangered, and 85% of them have entanglement scars. 60% have been tangled more than once. And in a very comprehensive study that was done, they found that about 58% of the known mortality came from entanglement, right? But there's also the sublethal issue. So whales that get entangled survive, don't die, but then are left with the lasting effects of the stress of surviving an entanglement. So this is one of the issues that really needs to get resolved if this population has a chance of surviving. Next. As part of the work that was done around looking at the right whale issue, NOAA conducted a comprehensive assessment of entanglement from Newfoundland to Florida, and they found in a 9-year period, they were able to determine that there were at least 682 large whale entanglements. So that's a huge amount of whale entanglement that's happening, and I think just points to the kind of crisis situation that we're in. This has been ongoing for a long time, but it really is something that has continued into today, and it really needs to be addressed. So one of the ways in which this is being addressed around the world, off of California, they've put in seasonal closures to the crab fishery. And this image that you're looking at shows some maps, one from Canada up in the Gulf of St. Lawrence region with large areas blocked out in red that are closures that have been put in place by Canada to save right whales and protect them. These are seasonal closures. And then there's an image from the Gulf of Maine, and you can see there's large areas of the ocean that are being seasonally blocked to fishing, where all the fishing gear has to come out of these areas and close to fishing. So the way right now that whale entanglement is being addressed is through closures. And what Rich is trying to do is allow fishermen to continue to fish by giving them access with his technology. So we are so excited to be working with him in Maine with fishermen to test the gear and develop the gear and bring this technology forward. And I want to say that Rich's organization is a little nonprofit, and after you give to KGUA, don't forget to give donations to SMELTS as well. It's a great cause, and this is really important work for conservation. And you can learn more at his website, smelts.org. I'll turn it back to you, Rich.
Thank you, Zach. That was awesome. So when I first really started studying about trying to remove the persistent vertical line in buoy, I started studying multiple other technologies and other ocean technologies, and I changed my whole mindset from a very traditional historic way of getting protein off the bottom of the ocean, and I decided that we're not only entangling whales, but we're losing a lot of gear. We're producing ghost fishing and a lot of marine debris. And I wanted to look at a technology that maybe could solve all of these problems. And I started studying salvage, and I started thinking that maybe a methodology change could happen for fisheries where we could start thinking about salvaging gear and have a much higher rate of recovering gear. Globally, we're losing 5 to 10 to 15% of all commercial gear each season, which affects all kinds of other animals as well, pinnipeds and turtles and other fish. And so I was trying to figure out ways that we could minimize this. And I started studying basically using lifting capacity or lifting engines. And I basically started building prototypes with scuba gear and using commercial type equipment that the fishermen are already using, the cage type materials. And we started building prototypes, and we started testing in the Salish Sea with no vertical lines, and we were throwing it in 400 or 500 feet. And lo and behold, it was coming back, and we were seeing great success with this new methodology of lift bag technology for fisheries. And now what we do is, instead of having that persistent vertical line, we basically either lift the line up off the ocean floor, or we can lift directly the fishing gear itself. And these are definitely new methodology changes, which have been really fun to work with the fishermen, because they are seeing that there could be real potential for making their operation quicker, maybe safer, having these new possibilities to pull up a part of the gear. It's an underwater winch, so we're lifting gear off the bottom. There's a great little video that kind of shows what we're thinking for fisheries to move forward, and working with our great partners to test these systems. SMELTS has quite a few commercial operations going now in the Gulf of Maine. We took an approach to really work with trying to save the North Atlantic right whale, because we knew that if we could get it right here, the rest of the world's whales would have a roadmap of how to do this. The boat triggers the gear acoustically, the lift bag inflates, comes back to the surface, and the fisherman hauls the gear back. This is a much better perspective of what we envision. This unit here has the lift bag technology built right into a lobster trap. And someday our vision is that we could be fishing completely line free, and units like this could be bringing back their catch, lobster, crab, ground fish. And the bag is rising to the surface. And once it gets back to the surface, it becomes a normal haul for them. They very easily just gaff to it and bring the unit back. These are tests that we did in very deep water. This is 50, 60 fathoms, 300 to 400 feet out on the Georges Bank, about 200 miles offshore. And we're working with a commercial fisherman in his operation, and we are truly fishing ropeless. We have a few trawls out there that are completely line free, and SMELTS has been working very hard in this fishery, because this fishery is the one that has having quite a bit of co-occurrence with right whales, and the gear is very heavy, and it takes a very large diameter line to get this gear off the bottom because of the tensile loads. So we have been really focusing on the offshore fishery and moving inshore slowly, but we know that if we can get it right with these fishermen offshore, that'll be a lot easier to teach the inshore fishermen. And one of the biggest things that we've been learning through the project, which I've been seeing really happen recently, the fishermen are really taking this on their shoulders and want to be the people to train other fishermen. And it's a really important aspect of our project to have these fishermen want to train other fishermen on how to use this ropeless technology. We make multiple different systems. We have a high pressure system and a low pressure system. And it's just the rate that it fills the lift bag off the sea floor. Where we're in very deep water, we've been seeing that the high pressure systems have a little bit of an advantage. It puts a lot of energy in the lift bag quickly and gets that very heavy load. These end traps can weigh up to 300 pounds and they're sitting down 300-400 feet. There's literally hundreds of pounds of force on them. So it takes quite a bit of energy to get it moving. But once it starts coming up in the water column, it continues to expand, and we actually vent out of the bag. And when it gets to the surface, there's a gangin and a smart buoy, which I'll talk a little bit more about. And then the fishermen just haul it up normally in their hauler. And all they have to do is basically let the air out of the bag and put the gear on their deck, and they're ready to go again. So we've been working really hard on trying to make it efficient for them and not add a bunch of extra time to their operation. Here, where you can see we have many different systems that we've been building, from very small systems that we're putting on gillnet rafts to very heavy lifting engines that we're using in the offshore fishery. We have learned a ton. The fishermen have been really incredible helping us build the gear, what I call fisherman tough. We build it very similar to what they're used to dealing with. And it has electronics and batteries and things that we have to protect to the rugged ocean environment. So we continue to develop these chassis or these monocoque structures that really give the fishermen a tough piece of technology that won't crumple or basically break apart. We have a bunch of gear out now in the Gulf of Maine, and there was just basically a fall hurricane that just came through. And one of my partner fishermen was out today and said the gear came back, which made me feel very, very good and very confident that this stuff is surviving some real tough conditions. The fishing partnerships have been incredible. The fishermen have been these true pioneers that are really some of the greatest conservationists I've ever met. They really want to solve this problem. There's a huge amount of fishermen and women that don't want to have bycatch in their operations. It's very expensive to them. It causes a lot of negative press, and they really do get villainized. And this has been a real challenge for us to basically help their industry show the world that they are doing the right thing. But ropeless fishing is a really new methodology for them. They are true historians and traditionalists, and trying to convince them to blow up a balloon on the bottom of the ocean. You can imagine their first reactions when we tell them that's what we're doing. But I've had some, even the grumpiest fishermen, when they see that lift bag break the surface, give the greatest little smirk and chuckle. And it really warms my heart to see that, you know, these guys are really understanding what we're doing and really engaging. This is a neat little video that basically shows you the life of what it would be like to be a lobster raft and be a lobster trap. And it kind of shows you from the beginning to the end of how this operation works. In the lobster industry, most of the gear is actually tied together on the subsea, on the floor, on the ocean floor. They're tethered together, trap to trap to trap. Back in the olden days, they would use floating sink line, which was very dangerous for the whales as well, because they could very easily get entangled at the bottom gear. And then Massachusetts and the Gulf of Maine fisheries started going to sinking ground line, which really has helped, basically bottom bottom feeding whales, they have a much better chance of staying out of that gear. But the persistent vertical line is a real challenge to these animals. They're basically living planes flying around, and they get that gear in their mouths, under their flippers, under their pecs, and we have to really eliminate that. And this is a technology that we believe in. There are other technologies, mitigated rope tools, but we really like the lifting engine because we don't need line. The fishermen are the ones that put any line on our technology. We truly are ropeless. And the bag is filling, it's returning back to the surface, dragging basically 1 or 2 traps in a 10 trap trawl we have set here. The lift bag makes a lot of interesting sounds for everybody that's listening on the radio. With about 100 different sounds we've been able to capture with it filling the bag and moving air out of the compressed gas cylinders. And that's what we do. We basically have compressed gas, we send down an acoustic signal, and we open a valve and we fill these bags. And once that bag begins filling, it's making its way to the surface. And then it's a normal operation for the fishermen. It's the lift bags have been very visible at the sea surface. It's been quite an advantage for our technology to the fishermen. They can pick it out. They see it. It's truly a surface visual buoy that they can recognize. And we have all different colors, pinks and yellows, and really high iridescent colors that really make it visual in the ocean. And it's not something that you're used to seeing, so the eye seems to pick it up quite well. Rob's hauling the gear up just like he normally does. He releases the lobster raft and basically gets it back onto the deck, and he continues to haul his catch. And we've removed that persistent vertical line and truly that incredible risk to the whale. And then once it's back on the deck, the only thing that the sternman has to do is just deflate the bag, and we'll check and make sure there's enough air in the tanks, and they're ready to go again. They'll rebait their trawl, and they'll remove their catch, and they'll set again. And we worked really hard trying to get the fishermen to be able to adopt this hugely new change to their operation, and we didn't want to add a bunch of extra time. And we're seeing pretty equivalent times in their operation. One of the things we're working really hard on now is to put the transducer, which is the acoustic calling technology, in their boat. And then all the deck equipment that is needed to call down to the sea floor. We're working very hard to get that into the boat, into the chart plotter, and become a part of the technology that the fishermen are very familiar with. They're very used to using their chart plotter. And that's what we're working for the next phase. We have probably another year or two of this work. It's a very complicated problem to move acoustic technology into a geolocation technology. But this is one of the most important things for us to move ropeless fishing into the 21st century is the retrieval line, which is the lifting engine, is the lobster raft, and we've got that figured out. But we now have to figure out how to mark the gear. And marking the gear is quite a challenge because you've now removed that surface visual marker, and we have to change that to a virtual marker. And that does not exist in the world. And we are all working very hard on trying to figure that out, because that's what's going to allow ropeless fishing to truly move into fisheries and allow a large scale adoption, because we have to be able to manage the fishery. And if we don't know where the gear is, there's a real possibility of other fixed set gear, fishermen setting over their gear and even worse than that, mobile gear or cable laying technology coming into this gear and making a huge mess. And we don't want more marine debris or ghost fishing. So this is a huge challenge for us. This is what we're trying to raise funds for now. We're trying to build this new virtual marking technology. It's a super important part of this. These are just some videos of us working with the fishermen, training them. The training has been an incredibly important part for us. SMELTS really believes in the grassroots of this, being on the boats with these fishermen, being at the dock, getting to their house when they have a problem, and really engaging in them training, because they will truly be the trainers that will train the rest of the industry. They are an amazing group of people, and if we can give them the right tools and basically the proper methods and time, they will be able to train their friends, their brothers, their sisters, their grandfathers, and we can really start removing millions of these vertical lines from the ocean.
Sorry about that, Rich. I muted and stopped video for the wrong person. Take it away. You can continue now. I think you need to unmute though. There you go.
So here again, we're in this video, we're on the deck of the boat. The gear has come back, and I'm teaching the fishermen how to package the gangin. When the lift bag pops, it pops out a little buoy, and that allows him to recover the gear. This is a very exciting project, and I'm going to have Zack jump in real quick on this one. We wrote a really neat grant proposal for the National Fish and Wildlife Fund to begin working with the first gill netter in Maine to remove vertical lines from his operation. And we were very lucky to receive the grant and be able to work with Eben Newkirk. He's an incredible gillnet fisherman in Maine. He's a true pioneer. He wants to do everything he can to make his operation as efficient as possible. And it's been a great project. We've just begun. He's got 6 gillnet rafts, and we've been setting them for the last almost 3 months now. And he's really learning, and we talk almost daily, and we become friends, and it's been a really neat process.
Rich, we're getting to the end of the hour, so we're going to have to wrap up here pretty quick. Loving this information. Thank you so much.
We use smart buoys. We track the gear. We've been using multiple technologies. We've been adding hydrophones to the gear so the fishermen can become community scientists. Basically, we want to move fishermen into these closures because they can show the world that they could actually fish. They could basically be fishing with these whales. And if they could do it with the most endangered whales in the world, we could definitely move it into other stocks and continue to move this around the globe and basically train them. And there's a lot of benefits to the fishermen. They can get back out there and fish where they're going to get closed out. And we were definitely learning a lot about efficiency and benefits to their operation. And we believe that the fishermen can become the heroes. Like Zack said, we save a fisherman, we can save a whale. And that's my main goal here, is to save these animals.
That's right. You know, us mammals have to stick together. Thank you so much, Rich. What a great presentation. I'm Peggy Berryhill, along with Paul Monday, Leanne Lindsay, and Scott and Tree Mercer. We're all here and have been, enjoying your presentation. Of course, Scott and Tree are from Maine and are used to, and are used to being out on those waters. We do have a few questions or comments, but I think mainly we're just all enthralled with the solutions that you're coming up to whale entanglement, and happy to hear how the fishermen are starting to embrace it. Hi, Zack. Glad that you're back with us too. But this is just an amazing revolution. Centuries of fishing suddenly changing.
We're going to
hi
get
there.
Peggy into the video here.
I was ghosting myself.
She's been in radio too long. She's still not used to the part.
Right. Give me a mic. I'm not used to this camera stuff. Hey, I do have a couple of questions though about, this lift bag technology is so fascinating, and how, well, it's interesting. We've spent several days talking about the dangers of plastics in ocean, and suddenly we've got a positive use of plastics in ocean, and that's really nice to see that happening. Scott, I see you're listening in over there. What do you have to say?
And we really need more whales, as we heard from Richard Chami, or Ralph Chami yesterday from the IMF, because they sequester so much carbon from our atmosphere. So this is really critical. And Scott, now that your mic's on, what did you want to say?
Well, I haven't had the honor of meeting Rich yet. I've known Zack since he was just a young boy.
Oh,
We keep hearing
That's
that on
right.
this series.
And you mentioned Rob. I think that's probably Rob Martin. Is that right?
Yeah, Rob Martin.
I know he's been just wonderful in helping you guys out with this technology. I haven't
Yes.
either, but I've seen a lot of footage of him and heard his name a lot. And that's wonderful, the way you can work with these guys. And keeping the closures in place and moving your technology in there is a wonderful idea, showing that they can continue to lobster in these areas without endangerment of the entanglements. So great idea, and thanks for all you're doing. I hope to
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. I think that's going to be the last word. It's now time for us to move to our next speaker. I'm sorry. Thank you, Zack.
thank you so much.
Zack.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you again.
Riels.
Yes,
Back to Jack.
right. And it is now 10 o'clock, just after 10 o'clock on Friday, the final day of the 3rd annual Ocean Life Symposium. And this is KGUA in Wallala 88.3 FM. And we are live on YouTube. So you can watch it now or watch it later. And you can also listen live online anywhere in the world at kgua.org. And later on, it will be on SoundCloud, so you can listen in anytime. This is a special event that we, along with Scott and Tree Mercer of Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study, have been bringing you all this week. Today's the last day, and the sponsors of this critical update have been so important to this: the Sea Ranch Lodge, Lisberg and Company Realtors, Linden Design Gallery in the Sea Ranch, CNA Metalworks, the Sea Ranch Supply, Anchor Bay Thai Kitchen, and Surf Market. And I'm Leanne Lindsay, along with Peggy Berryhill, the GM and founder of KGUA, and our host today, Paul Munday and George Callis in the background. We're going to do a wrap up on a 12 o'clock hour. And we just had a couple of quick announcements that we need to make, Peggy. So
We just want to remind people that at RCMS today, you can get your Moderna booster shot between 11 and 5. It's just a walk up. And they're also
and
doing
they say
flu
Pfizer
shots.
too.
And
so-
Pfizer too,
right,
great.
right,
So
and
booster
J&J.
shots
So
available at RCMS, and flu shots as
And-
well.
you can go to their website. As a matter of fact, there's a whole bunch of detail on who's eligible to get those right now.
Great. Well, we're going to leave it at that for now, so we can
Okay.
keep moving on.
All right.
And Paul, you're going to tell us who's up next?
Yes. Next, we have Jack Barkowski from Moss Landing Marine Labs. Jack's going to talk about the large whale entanglements and the response background and cooperation with the research efforts. Jack is a graduate student whose master's thesis will look at the acoustic presence of humpback whales across the West Coast National Marine Sanctuaries, such as the Channel Islands, Monterey Bay, as well as the Olympic Coast. And Jack, welcome to the show.
And there he is. Welcome, Jack.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that warm welcome and introduction. And I just want to say thank you to Scott and Tree for inviting me to speak at this 3rd annual Ocean Life Symposium. I've been chiming in all week on the live stream, and I've really enjoyed the range and depth of topics that have been discussed so far. And it seems like we're in an entanglement vein these last 2 days with Victoria's talk yesterday, and now hearing from Richard and Zack. I'm happy to continue talking about entanglements. Is it okay if I share my screen now?
Yes, we're going to let you take it from here. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay. Present, switch. Okay, are you seeing my title slide there? Scott, can you give me a thumbs up if you're seeing that? Awesome, thank you so much. Great, okay, right. So thank you again for inviting me to talk. And my topic today is going to focus on large whale entanglements and sort of the response side to entanglements. I'm going to talk a bit about the background efforts, what we've learned from doing entanglement response, as well as the why and the how that we actually perform them. I want to, continue with the praise that was just given to Zack and Richard for their talk on the ropeless fishing gear technology that's being used on the East Coast to combat this problem of entanglements. And I want to, before I dive in, I want to emphasize one point that Zack mentioned there, and that was that quote from Dave Matilla, that entanglement response is not the solution to preventing large whale entanglements. I'll go into the numbers a bit more and how we actually study how much entanglement affects a population of whales later on in the presentation, but that is incredibly true. I was fortunate enough to be out at the Center for Coastal Studies a couple months ago in September for a training with their team out there, and Dave Matilla and Scott Landry. And that was their number one point of emphasis throughout the entire week, was that entanglement response is not the key to solving this problem. Before I dive in, I'll tell you a bit about myself as well. So I'm actually from the East Coast as well. I'm from Boston. I grew up in Dorchester, and I actually worked on a decade ago when I was a teenager. I was working on my uncle's lobster fishing boat that left out of the North Shore of Massachusetts there. And so as a teenager, I was working on lobster boats, and to see that video that Richard just showed us of how lobster fishing is being done today with this ropeless fishing gear technology was like eye-opening to me. That was really cool to see. From now that I'm on the West Coast and based in California, I've started to get involved with collaborating with fishermen here on the West Coast to try to understand how changing fishing over here in different areas can help prevent entanglements. And it's really cool and encouraging to see this positive response and all the progress that Richard and SMELTS and all the other folks, Zack as well, all the folks involved with this issue are making on the East Coast. It's really encouraging. So I started working for SR3. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse. I think you can. SR3, Sea Life Response, Rehab, and Research, and Cascadia Research Collective in June of 2020. That's when I started my apprenticeship to become a large whale entanglement responder. The nature of this work is very dangerous, both for humans and for whales. And so to get NOAA approved, to get a NOAA approval to actually go out on an entanglement response, it takes a lot of time and training with folks who are experienced in these methods and practices so that everyone is being as safe as possible. So I started my apprenticeship with 2 level 4 responders about 1.5 years ago, mainly working for SR3, but also with folks from Cascadia. And a couple months ago, our response network here on the West Coast sort of changed when those 2 level 4 responders moved back to the East Coast to work for the Center for Coastal Studies. So since then, I've pivoted, and I now work for Cascadia Research Collective as a research biologist. Cascadia has 1 level 4 and 2 level 3 entanglement responders. And hopefully soon, if I get another entanglement response under my belt, I'll be applying for my level 3 certification as well. And you can see all these organizations that are listed here on this title slide. These are the organizations that in the 1.5 years since I've started, I've been able to collaborate with. And the nature of the West Coast Entanglement Response Program is very much this large-scale collaborative effort. These are just some of the organizations that are involved in this collaboration. There's dozens more, and it really takes a village, as we'll see, or as you'll see later on in the presentation. This research and this understanding that we currently have wouldn't be possible without this wonderful collaboration from so many different people. So with that, I'll dive in. Just a couple disclaimers. A lot of images from this presentation are taken from the Center for Coastal Studies in Provincetown. And that's because the Center for Coastal Studies has been doing this for longer than anyone in the world. And they're the folks who developed these entanglement response methods. All the images that are shown in this presentation have been taken under the following permits. So what are the impacts of entanglements on large whales? For many species of large whale, entanglement is the #1 source of human-caused death. I believe fin whales, the #1 source is ship strike, but for almost every other species of large whale, entanglement is the #1 cause of human-induced death. While a lot of people tend to think that an entangled whale will most likely die from drowning, which produces a sense of urgency when you're out on the water around an entangled whale, this is actually not true. The vast majority of entangled whales are going to take a much longer time to die. On average, it's about 5 months for a whale with a life-threatening entanglement to die, but some can take up to 2 years. The impact of the entanglement varies very much on the location on the body and the duration for which the entanglement has occurred. The impact varies as well. Drowning is possible, and this occurs when a whale becomes anchored in place. It might become wrapped up in so much gear that it can't get to the surface to take a breath. And in that case, in that instance, the whale will drown and the death will be fairly quickly. But again, it's very rare and it's not what we see. What we see is more along the lines of these effects in these 4 images here. Starvation occurs when a whale gets an entanglement that really impacts its ability to feed. This can be in the mouth of the whale and prevent it from opening its mouth properly, but it can also be an entanglement on the flukes or the pectoral fins that prevents the whale from accelerating and doing these feeding lunges that it needs to effectively capture its prey. Other effects can be, another effect can be trauma. This is a massive wound that causes the death of the animal. And this was a North Atlantic right whale that had that had an entanglement wrapped around one pectoral flipper that went up over its back and wrapped around the other pectoral flipper. And it had become entangled actually as a juvenile. So as this whale continued to grow into adulthood, these lines that were across its back began to cut into the whale. As you can see, that large chunk sort of taken out of the whale, this rope sawed in over time until it caused the whale to bleed out. Another effect is a chronic infection. This is an effect that's felt continuously when line becomes seriously embedded in a whale and opens up a wound that won't close. It opens the door for infection. Once infection sets in, the cells die and the tissue becomes necrotic, and usually the whale will not survive. This image here is a gray whale that was sighted off the coast of Washington. And it had this line deeply embedded right above its tail fluke here that actually cut off blood flow and introduced infection. And so this tail fluke is essentially just dead tissue. It's no longer, even if we were to free this, even if we freed this whale from its entanglement, this tail fluke here would not recover. Another impact that's chronic is the effect of drag that's felt as this whale has to tow all this gear through the water. So you see here, this humpback whale has about 400 feet of line that's trailing off of it with 2 buoys at the surface that it's dragging behind it. Dragging all of this extra surface area through the water is incredible energy requirement for this whale that's going to have a serious impact on its overall health. There's actually one of the level 4 entanglement responders that I began working with, Jen Tackaberry, she's actually working on protocols now to understand just exactly what the extra energy expenditure cost is for an entangled whale based on the amount of gear that it has to drag through the water. So there's a lot of ongoing work into understanding these effects more. Like I mentioned earlier, the impact, the severity, the impact, and the time to death of an entangled whale really varies on where the whale's where the entanglement is on the whale's body and how quickly that entanglement is seen and reported back to Entanglement Response Network. The average time to death for an entangled right whale is 6 months, but it does range from an immediate, there is a range from immediate effects to up to 2 years. And you can see these images are actually from two different whales, but it's just to show the nature of how one specific type of entanglement we call a fluke wrap can progress over time. So if the blades of the fluke get wrapped in the nature you see in this top left image here, deeply embedding into the caudal peduncle and both blades of the tail fluke. If that line isn't cut, and if that whale isn't freed, over time, that tissue is going to die. And you can see in this right issue here, this white tissue is dead tissue that's not going to recover, even if we cut the whale free at this time. And so finding entangled whales and cutting them free can actually help save them, prevent these injuries from getting to the point of life-threatening. There's also impacts of entanglements on reproductive rates. Like we just heard from Richard and Zack all about the impacts to North Atlantic right whales of entanglements. We know that entanglements have a severe impact on this critically endangered population. Reproductive female right whales that have these show severe entanglement wounds, they have significantly longer periods in between giving birth than females that have no or minor wounds. And that females that are actually actively carrying gear or that have been entangled several times, they're significantly less likely to ever calve again. It's because the energetic costs of this entanglement have both an immediate and long-term impact on their ability to reproduce. And so freeing these whales can actually really help this critically endangered population start to recover. In 2010, a female North Atlantic right whale named Wart showed up in Cape Cod Bay. The Center for Coastal Studies entanglement response team they received the call and the report, and they went out and found Wart, and she had this entanglement you can see in the images here. I'm sorry for the folks on radio, but there's a bit of line going through the mouth. It actually went up over the jaw, back into the other side of the mouth and down the body. It was tangled up in baleen in the mouth, but it didn't wrap the jaw. And so what entanglement responders were able to do is use this specialized technique of firing a broadhead cutter. It's essentially a dart from a crossbow that has specialized blades on the top that will cut the rope. It does cut the whale a little bit, but the trade-off between that introducing that small wound and leaving the whale entangled, it's much better to free the whale and give it a small wound than it is to leave it entangled. So this broadhead cutter successfully freed the whale by cutting the bit of line that was wrapped over the jaw, and then the drag of that whale swimming through the water pulled the rest of the line out. 3 years later, which is about the typical intercalving period for North Atlantic right whales, Wart showed up in Cape Cod Bay with a healthy calf. And so this reproductively viable female was able to add one more number to the population because response teams were able to go out and free it. So the where, the when, and in what do whales get entangled? So marine debris is often thought of as the most common source of entanglements. And that's typically because pinnipeds, seals and sea lions, they get entangled in marine debris quite a bit. Like this image here, this is a sea lion that had gotten caught in a packing strap and over time dug into its neck. And so marine debris is often thought as the most common source of entanglements, but for large whales, that's actually not true. They can get entangled in marine debris. It does happen, like this sei whale that actually has in this image on the left, has one of those packing straps I just showed on its rostrum. So it can happen, but what's actually the most common source of entanglements for large whales is active fishing gear. And active fishing gear is, gear that's being actively used by fishermen. They're going out and setting their pots and lines and then coming back to it a few hours or a couple days later to retrieve that gear. So ghost gear in marine debris, we don't actually find to be the most common source of entanglement for large whales. Truly though, large whales can and will become entangled in any rope, cable, or chain that's out in the ocean. This image here is showing a huge tangle of undersea cable that was removed from a humpback whale in Hawaii in 2017. This humpback whale, this cable is, if you can see in the image, it's sitting on a pallet that's actually 4 feet by 4 feet wide. And it'll give you a sense of the thickness and the size of that steel chain. or steel cable. And the normal disentanglement tools were actually not tough enough to cut through this incredibly thick cable. And the entanglement response team actually had to improvise and bring out bolt cutters with them on the boat to try to free some of this cable from the whale. They did free a tremendous amount of cable, but they weren't able to get all of it off the whale. And so in March 2017, this humpback whale swam away with a bit of cable still through its mouth, and it actually hasn't been seen since. So we're not quite sure what happened to that whale. So one of the big challenges that we're trying to understand still here on the West Coast and really all over with whale entanglements is where the gear sources are coming from on these entangled whales. So this pie chart breaks down entanglements on the US West Coast from 2015 to 2017. And I'll show a figure in a few slides that'll show you the number of entanglements per year. But as Victoria mentioned in her presentation yesterday, these 3 years were really anomalous here on the West Coast. We saw really high numbers of entanglements, and it's pretty much assumed that it was the result of the warm blob effect that occurred in these years as well, and not only changed where the whales are moving, but where they're feeding and where their prey is. And so the number of entanglements really skyrocketed. But you can see from this pie chart here, about a third of the entanglements that occurred in this 3-year stretch were from Dungeness crab. Dungeness crab gear and from the Dungeness crab fishery, but there were entanglements from the other fisheries as well, spiny lobster, sablefish, shrimp, spot prawns, and gill nets. So we had quite a few different fisheries represented, but I really want to focus on this big, scary gray half of the pie chart here, because 54% of the entanglements from these 3-year period, we weren't able to identify a gear source on that whale, either because the nature of the entanglement, what the whale had become entangled in, there were no identifying features, or those identifying features had broken off in the course of the whale swimming around with its entanglement. So the vast majority, over half of these entanglements in the years with the most entanglements, we can't identify the source of, and that's a big problem. But there's many brilliant people working on solving this problem right now. As you can see, as we can see from Richard and Zach's presentation previously, there's a lot of work going into understanding where these whales are being entangled and how we can prevent it. So the when and the where do entanglements happen? Most species of whales are, migrating from their high latitude feeding grounds, either off the coast of California, Oregon, Washington, or even higher, Vancouver and into Alaska. They migrate down in the fall, and in the winter, they migrate to their low latitude breeding grounds. Now, as you can see from these red dots, which are confirmed entanglements from 1984 to 2018. Entanglements happen in any of these locations, and pretty much at any time. Anytime that whales and rope, line, chain, any sort of gear, anytime they overlap in the ocean, there's the likelihood that an entanglement is going to occur. And so that's why we see these confirmed entanglements both in feeding grounds, migratory area, and in breeding grounds too. One thing I like to note with this figure here is the distribution of these red dots. So we notice here, in Monterey Bay, in San Francisco, down and off of Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, San Diego, we have these really high concentrations of entanglement reports. And from just looking at this figure, you might think that, there's many more whales becoming entangled in these areas, or the risk of a whale becoming entangled in these areas is greater than it is off of Oregon and Washington. And what I believe, not only I, but other entanglement responders as well believe is happening is actually, this is an effect of reporting effort. And by reporting efforts, we mean, the number of people that are out on the water that have the ability, the knowledge, and the willingness to report an entangled whale if they come across it. And so folks that are familiar with the West Coast know that places like Monterey Bay, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Los Angeles, there's a lot of recreational vessel activity in those areas, and there's a lot of people on the water. Whereas here up of Oregon and Washington, the majority of our reports come from commercial fishermen, recreational fishermen, or the Coast Guard. We get significantly less reports from the general public up off these states, and it's a result of this difference in reporting effort that we see many more confirmed cases down here off California. I'm quite sure that there's many more entangled whales off of Oregon and Washington that we're just not seeing. So it's not that they're not there, it's just that we're not finding them and we're not getting those reports. The other part of this, the other side of this coin though, that's obviously important to talk about, is that where whales are found entangled is not necessarily where they became entangled. There's this one instance of a whale that picked up some crab gear off of Wrangell, Alaska, and then it swam over 2,400 nautical miles to its breeding grounds in Hawaii, where researchers in Hawaii noticed it had an entanglement. They notified their response team, and the team went out and freed that whale. From the identifying features on that crab gear, they were able to actually find the exact fisherman, this woman in the picture here, who had set that gear, and she knew exactly where she had set it, when it was set, and when it had likely gone missing. She had set her gear and came back a couple days later to retrieve it, and it was completely gone. So in this instance, we were able to get a really good idea of the when and where this whale got entangled. But it makes it tricky, because the only reason we were able to do that is because of the identifying features that were on the gear that was pulled off of that whale. So without those features, you're likely not going to get that information. And this actually has been seen in the opposite direction too, where whales have gotten entangled in fishing gear in Hawaii, and they've swam back up to Alaska, and they've been disentangled there. And those responders were able to trace that gear back to Hawaii. So these whales can travel great distances while carrying this gear. So now we'll get into the how do we try to understand entanglements, or how do we know what we know about entanglements. And I've mentioned the Atlantic Large Whale Disentanglement Network, started by the Center for Coastal Studies a few times now. So it was formally, the coast-wide network was formally established in 1996. And since then, I actually should update these numbers here, because they've gotten even more confirmed entanglement reports, and they've had even more successful disentanglements since then. But their successful disentanglement rate is about 50% for all of their confirmed entanglement reports that they get, which is really, really great. Here on the West Coast, I think we're down around 10%, maybe even less. And so for the Atlantic Large Whale Disentanglement Network, to have 50% is sort of a model for us to strive for. So the network was formally established in 1996, but the Center for Coastal Studies was disentangling whales in New England waters long before then, and they were relying on sort of their own networking and outreach efforts to spread the word about entanglements at those times. When the network was established in 1996, it really became a coast-wide collaborative effort through many different organizations to spread awareness about entanglements, and to mention what is possible, or to raise awareness that there is an entanglement response team in many different areas along the coast to deal with this. And what they saw was that before the entanglement network was established, there was an average of about 5 confirmed entanglement reports per year. After that, since the network has been established, the average number of confirmed entanglement reports has jumped up to 24 confirmed reports per year. And so what we believed happened is that when efforts were dedicated to informing the general public and as many people as possible about whale entanglements and about how to report them, we started getting many more reports. This is likely not just reflective of increasing whale populations, but actually the increased effort to study entanglement cases. And so here on the West Coast, we've been trying to do the same thing and try to see the same thing. And so this graph shows confirmed entanglement reports from 2000 up to 2020. And while there was less of a formal establishment of the West Coast Large Whale Entanglement Network, it was sort of established around 2013, 2014. Many different organizations have been working on understanding entanglements here on the West Coast for a lot longer than that. But having that collaborative effort spread along the coast hasn't really been established since then. Oh, sorry. Yeah, and again, I just wanted to highlight here the 2015, 2016 huge spike in entanglement cases, specifically in humpback whales. We see it really jumped up, as I mentioned earlier, as Victoria talked about in her fantastic presentation yesterday. This was really an anomalous year, both in environmental conditions and for entanglement reports. And so there's a lot of effort that's been going in to try to understand what exactly led to this massive spike. But since this West Coast network has been established, we have seen a higher average number of reports come in per year. And so one of the main questions that we're trying to answer for one population of whales is how many whales in that population actually become entangled? This question is best addressed in a study from Duke Robbins at the Center for Coastal Studies with the population of whales known as the Gulf of Maine humpback whales. These are whales that typically feed in the Gulf of Maine. Their population is about 1,000. And because the Center for Coastal Studies has been working on the in New England waters in this area for so long, they have a really great record of every single individual whale in that population. They know pretty much every whale there. And so from taking dedicated photo studies, they can actually understand the rate of entanglement on a yearly basis in their population. They take pictures of the tail fluke here from this angle, looking back at the tail fluke so that we can see the leading edge of the fluke here. We want that leading edge picture so that we can see any scarring from recent or old entanglements to understand how a whale has changed, since we last saw it. This image to the far left shows a perfectly clean fluke. Not perfectly clean, but clean of any entanglement scars, I should say. Whereas these other images show examples of what an entanglement scars look like. And so if we photograph a whale with a clean fluke, and then we come back to it later, and we get another picture of it a year or two later, and it has entanglement scarring, we know that an entanglement occurred, and that whale was freed from that entanglement, likely on its own accord. But it's just another piece of the puzzle, helping us understand the rate of entanglements in a population. From looking at the rate of accumulation of scars on this population of about 1,000 whales, Duke Robbins found that there was only about a 5.7 reporting rate for the entanglements happen in the entire Atlantic large whale disentanglement network. So what that means is that only about 6% of entanglements that are occurring are actually getting called into the network. 94% of these entanglements we're just missing. We're only finding the evidence of it from these scar studies. And so again, just a summary of this sort of study and what it found, because it was really profound, and it sparked quite a few other scar studies in other populations of whales. The results showed that about 70% of Gulf of Maine humpbacks show entanglement scars, and 10 to 25% can acquire new wounds each year. And you get that variance because this study looked at over 3 years of data. And so there were different rates of entanglements for each one of those years, but it ranged from 10 to 25%. And then there was an estimated 2 to 4% annual mortality associated with entanglements in these populations. And so clearly, although we only get reports of about 6% of the entanglements happening on this population, about 25%, 10 to 25% of the population can acquire an entanglement in just 1 year. And so in a population of 1,000 whales, there's 250 whales out there swimming around with entanglements. We're only getting reports of about 5 of those entanglements. So it's pretty low. Here on the West Coast, we're trying to address the same question through a lot of data collected in the SPLASH study. The SPLASH study was one of the largest international collaborative studies of a whale population ever conducted, a massive collaboration effort, 50 different research groups, over 400 scientists from 10 different countries pooled their data and their resources to really understand the movements of humpback whales in the North Pacific. And from the SPLASH scar study, we were able to estimate that about 30 to 50% of humpback whales in the waters off of British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and California show entanglement scars. It's not as high as the 70% of whales seen on the West Coast, and there's variation in the estimate because we don't have as great documentation of every single whale in the population here in the West Coast as we do on the East Coast. So there is some variation, but still 30% of a population showing entanglement scars is pretty profound. And there's more entanglement scar studies that are underway on the US West Coast to really look at this on a finer scale and to try to get some of that information that they have on the East Coast for their humpback whales. And so one study is looking specifically at Monterey Bay to see if the high number of confirmed reports in Monterey Bay is a function of the high number of boaters and recreational boating activity that's on the water here in the bay, or if it's that whales are more likely to get entangled here in the waters. And then the second study is sort of doing the same thing, but is taking a broader approach and is looking at Central versus Northern California. And so a lot of our efforts as an entanglement response team, we do surveys to go out and collect data on whales while we're also looking for entanglements to try to free whales. And most of that data that we're collecting is centered around knowing a whale as an individual. Because once we know a whale as an individual, we can really start to understand on a deeper level how that entanglement has affected that individual whale and learn a bit about how entanglements might affect a population. So this whale was an unknown entangled whale in March 2009 off northern Vancouver Island. Response team got the call. They went out and they took these 3 photos of the whale before conditions got too difficult to work around the animal anymore and they had to leave. From this little itty bitty fluke blade picture that they got, they were able to match this individual to a whale that had been seen or to a cataloged whale that had been photographed in pretty much the same area 1 year before in 2008. And so they were able to understand that this whale, had been previously seen in the area only one time a year before, and it provides a little more background information into that animal. This entangled whale actually swam away without being freed from its entanglement. It freed itself. It was seen 2 weeks later, free of gear. And then the very next day, it was sighted again with a completely new entanglement. So it actually became entangled twice in about a 2-week span in this area up in British Vancouver or British Columbia. And so the whale swam away with its second entanglement without being freed from its entanglement. And so researchers were skeptical about its ability to survive having been entangled twice. It seems like a bit of a problem child, maybe. But Twister, as it was named in the MERS catalog, has been seen every single year since it was entangled, including 2021. Actually, I could update this figure as well. And so what that tells us is that this whale that was entangled twice freed itself from its entanglement twice and continues to thrive and return to the same feeding grounds on a pretty annual basis. And so knowing these whales as an individual really helps us understand specific entanglement cases like this and understand the risk to individual whales. And so this is essentially our main goal when we're out on our surveys and we're not actively working on an entangled whale. We're collecting this sort of data on humpback whales. We're taking, fluke photos and then matching. In addition to a fluke photo, we get a photo from this angle to match the leading edge of the fluke to the fluke blades, the identifying portion of the whale, so that we can say this whale with this fluke blade has a clean leading edge of its fluke. If a year or 2 years from now, we take another photo of this fluke and it has a scar that looks like this, we know that it's become entangled and likely freed itself, unless, other responders were able to go out and free this whale, or an ad hoc response was conducted, but I'll talk about that later. But we can learn, about the rate of entanglements from this data that we're collecting. And so we do a lot of large scale surveys to really collect as much data as we can. And so in the fall of 2020, we covered about 1,200 nautical miles, moving from Port Angeles, Washington, down here to Monterey Bay. And we cited quite a few whales. I believe in over the whole 9 days that we were on the water, we cited 323 humpback whales and got identification photos from 221 of those individuals. There was a number of blue whales and fin whales as well, but we really focused on humpbacks since we see their entanglement rates being the highest. the one caveat to doing this sort of large scale surveys for entangled whales, though, is that you really need good weather conditions to be able to see things accurately out there and to get a good idea of what's going on. And we did not have good conditions when we were doing this really large scale coastwide survey to find some entangled whales. You can see these our timing was such that this was right during the time when the wildfires last year were raging, and these massive plumes of smoke you can see in the images to the left here. That red dot is where we were, just outside of Newport, Oregon. And you can see the satellite image of all these smoke clouds really shrouding us in. This orange glow sort of followed us for most of the trip down. And when we did see a whale, like you can see in this picture here, it was really hard to see anything in good detail because of the crazy thick smoke that sort of just followed us the whole way down. So while this particular coastwide survey didn't yield particularly fruitful results for understanding entanglements, past coastwide surveys have. In 2018, a similar coastwide survey found 7 entangled whales just on their 6-day trip down the coast. And in 2016, the coastwide survey actually found 9 entangled whales on their trip down the coast. So these sort of wide-scale surveys really help us get a large number, or have helped us get a large number of entanglement cases and reports in one fell swoop. And we're hopefully gearing up to do another one soon. We actually have a 4-boat effort that's going to be starting tomorrow and Sunday that'll be covering area from Monterey Bay up to Eureka, California, to understand whale abundance and look for entanglements in our waters right now before all of our whales start to move south. And so now we'll get into the why. Why do we do this? As I've mentioned, as Zack and Richard mentioned, as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, actually disentangling these whales is not the solution to the problem. We're getting such a small number of the entanglements that are actually happening in our reports. You know, Juke found that 6% reporting rate for entanglements on the East Coast, where they're sort of the model. They're the best case scenario over there, and they're only getting 6% of their entanglements reported to them. So us disentangling these whales is not the solution. We're only getting to such a small number of them that the actual disentanglement effort is not going to solve this problem. But there's still a lot of good for why we do this, and there's a lot of important reasons for why we do this. The obvious reason for disentanglement is to improve, the welfare of that individual whale. With entanglements being such a pervasive problem, saving one single whale from a small population like the 1,000 whales in the Gulf of Maine humpback population, or the roughly 400 North Atlantic right whales, it can provide a really big conservation boost to these populations. However, like I said, with getting less than 10% of entanglement reports, we're only able to respond to a really small fraction of those whales that are found. Once we do respond, we're only successful in disentangling an even smaller fraction of those that we actually respond to. The main reason that we're going out to do these entanglement responses, though, is our documentation efforts. Through our disentanglement response, we're able to document how the gear is wrapped around the whale, what kind of gear the whale is entangled in, and learn a tremendous amount about how they got entangled, how often whales are getting entangled, and where they may have been entangled. So this documentation effort is going to be the best way for us to develop mitigation efforts. If we can understand the where, when, and how whales are getting entangled, then brilliant folks like Richard, who are coming up with these awesome solutions to change our fishing practices, they're the ones who are going to solve this problem. They're the ones who are going to prevent entanglements in the future. But we just need more information right now to understand the where, when, and how these whales are getting entangled to actually inform those efforts. So the documentation aspect of our entanglement response is really key. And a third and also very important aspect of why we do this is the public safety component. Whales are very popular and very charismatic megafauna, and people don't like to see whales in pain. I don't like to see whales in pain. An entangled whale is likely a whale in pain. And so there have been several documented cases of an ad hoc response where members of the public who are out on their vessel come across an entangled whale and take it upon themselves to try to free that whale. This can be incredibly dangerous for for the people involved. These are large wild animals that are injured and they don't know that you're there to help them. And so the risk for becoming hurt becomes really large. Another positive of why we do this is that a whale that's still in good health when it's disentangled has the same chance of survival as a whale that has never been entangled. And that's just saying that if we can get to the whale in time and disentangle it before that impact really becomes severe, it's almost like that whale never became entangled at all. And that's that's the ideal sort of scenario there, is that we can disentangle a whale before the negative impacts really even set in. And this was just a whale that the first report of it becoming entangled was received to us December 12th, 2019. On December 13th, a response was mounted. We went out and were able to free this whale from its entanglement. 1 day after it had become first reported. The nature of the wound was really minor and not indicative of a severe impact, excuse me. And then about 1 year later, the same whale was seen gear-free, healthy and robust off of San Francisco, feeding off the Farallon Islands. And so this whale survived and actually thrived. And so, as I mentioned, documentation is a really critical part to understanding this problem. And it's one of the things that we focus the most on when we're out on the boat. We usually have at least 2 people collecting various kinds of documentation of the gear and the whale's behavior and the nature of the entanglement at all times. We use helmet cameras, we use underwater cameras, GoPros that are on poles. We have photographers from the boat. We're taking video the whole time. Other response teams have, with the introduction of drone technology, have started to introduce drones in certain cases to assess whale entanglement. And from all this documentation that we gather, we can create images like this one in the bottom here that illustrates how the entanglement is actually wrapped around the body. This helps us as entanglement responders out on the boat understand, where we're going to make cuts to free this whale, but it also really helps us understand where in the water column this whale may have become entangled in this gear and what this whale might have been doing when it became entangled. And so established entanglement response programs exist all over North America, and not just North America, all over the world, really. But you can see here this map showing the different response areas of different networks. We have quite a bit of the North American coast covered, but this is a tremendous amount of area, and it's often difficult to, once you get a report from an entangled whale, it can often be difficult and time consuming to actually get your response team out there in time to find that whale and work on it. And like I said, this is not just a North American thing, this is a global thing. Dave Matilla, as Richard and Zack mentioned in their previous program, he works with the IWC, going all over the world to train folks up on the methods that the Center for Coastal Studies has designed and train them with the tools that the Center for Coastal Studies has also designed and uses on the best practices for disentangling whales. You can see just from the numbers here, but even back in 2012, or since 2012, these numbers have grown too. There's even more number of trained responders in these countries since this figure has been generated. But it really is an international effort to address this problem. Entangled whales are in every ocean across the world. Now I'll just go through some common misconceptions before I get into the how we do this disentanglement effort. One common one is that the whale is in immediate danger, and this comes from that sense of urgency that, oh, this entangled whale is going to drown and I must do something right now. And this is not the case. The whale is very rarely in immediate danger. This image on the left is from the very first whale that Center for Coastal Studies responders actually freed. And it was seen swimming around in Massachusetts Bay with its entanglement for 3 to 4 months, actively feeding and doing regular whale things before responders actually got out there and were able to cut it free. This image on the right is a minke whale that was anchored in place for several days up off in New England waters before entanglement responders were actually able to get out there. There was a storm that prevented them from mounting a response, but after 3 days of being anchored in place, this whale was totally fine. It could get to the surface to breathe, and so there was no threat of immediate danger. Another common misconception is that you must get in the water to help the entangled whale. And this is our number one rule as entanglement responders, is that we never, ever get in the water. The only time we get in the water the only time we're ever in the water is occasionally, depending on the nature of the entanglement, we stick our head in to if the water's clear enough to get a good look at the entanglement. But I'll show you an example of when and why we do that, because even that can be really dangerous. As I said, these are very large, wild, hurt animals that don't know you're there to help them. And so getting in the water around them just presents a great risk to your own personal safety, that you might be struck by the whale, you might get wrapped up in the entangling gear. There's many different things that can go wrong. So in any entanglement response team across the entire world, the number one rule is to never get in the water. We use these methods that have been established by the Center for Coastal Studies because they are the best practice methods. They are the safest way to do this very dangerous work. That being said, even with these methods, there's the risk for injury. There have been 2 non-life-threatening injuries, and actually in 2017, a very experienced entanglement responder was struck by the fluke of a whale in the course of freeing that whale from its entanglement. He was hit by the tail and he actually passed away. And he was incredibly experienced in working around these animals and working with entangled whales. And it just goes to show that this is very dangerous work. And to do it requires a lot of care and training and attention to detail. And so that's why we always want to emphasize, never get in the water. Please don't do ad hoc responses. Another common misconception is that cutting the trailing gear will make it that's cutting as much as possible off the entangled whale is a good thing or is helping the whale. And this is not the case. It makes it way harder for us as responders to actually attach into that gear and slow that whale down. In this, you can think of it like a dog. If you're walking your dog and your dog gets away from you, if your dog is trailing the leash from its collar, you can grab that leash very easily. But if there's no leash that's attached to the collar of your dog, you have to run up and grab it by the collar, and that's way harder to do. So if there's that line that's trailing off the animal, we can attach to that with our grapple and start to slow the animal down. Another common misconception is that, this is the same misconception, that cutting all this gear is actually going to help the whale. It hurts the whale, quite frankly, because if there's no trailing gear for us responders to attach to, that entanglement over time is going to continue to cut into the animal, and it can increase infection. It can cause cell death. The impacts of cutting off that gear are actually much more negative than people tend to realize. And again, whales are not gentle giants. People tend to think they are because they're charismatic and beautiful animals, but they're injured wild animals. They do not know that you're there to help them, and they can and often are very unpredictable. So just keep your distance from an entangled whale. Now, quickly, with 10 minutes we have remaining, we'll go through entanglement response and what we do. And again, just to emphasize our priorities when we're doing this, number one is always human safety. We want to make sure everyone is safe and is being safe. Second, we want to make sure that the whale is safe, that we're not through what we're doing, that we're not hurting this whale more. And third is documentation, collecting as much information as possible so that we can learn about this problem. Our first step is to establish a control line. We throw a grapple that's attached to a marker buoy to that trailing gear that's off the animal. And this is where cutting off that trailing gear makes it really hard for us to establish a control line because there's nothing for us to grab onto. Once our grapple is grabbed on to that trailing gear, our marker buoy is thrown over the side of the boat, and the whale starts to pull that through the water. It adds drag to the whale and also forces buoyancy at the surface so that it makes it harder for that whale to dive down. After we've attached our trailing gear, we pull ourselves up along that line. We take our engine out of the water so that the whale is also forced to tow us, and we pull ourselves up to that line. And you can see this is one of the instances where we consider sticking our head in the water to really assess the whale's entanglements. This is an entanglement where the weight of this trap or gear, whatever it is preventing the whale from raising its flukes up. So we feel safe enough to approach this close and stick our head in the water because the nature of the entanglement prevents this whale from raising its tail up. Oftentimes, though, the water clarity isn't really great to do this. So this is common in places like Hawaii where they get really good water clarity. They can do this pretty effectively. Other times we just use a GoPro on a really long pole. Not only does it keep us safer, but we can get multiple different angles pretty quickly, and we can review that footage over and over as many times as we want to really understand that entanglement. After we've understood the entanglement and we have a plan of how we're going to free this whale, we start pulling up closer and adding more and more marker buoys, our big A3, A4, and A5 buoys to this animal. This is called kegging, and is actually the same practices that old whalers used to use when they were hunting whales. They would add kegging to slow the whale down and keep it at the surface. So we add our buoys as close as we can, and this prevents the whale from diving. It also slows the whale down quite a bit, which then introduces a safe enough scenario for us to approach the whale with a knife. We attach our knives on the end of really long poles, 30 feet poles, which take a lot of experience to become comfortable with handling. And we make our cuts on the free swimming whale. Again, if the nature of the entanglement prevents the whale from raising its flukes up, we may consider using a dive mask to place the knife, to really specifically place that knife, but it's all dependent on the nature of the entanglement and the whale's behavior. And so there's three pillars to collecting data to understand entanglement response. I've talked about population studies and collecting the data that we collect on populations of whales. I've talked about entanglement response and all that great information that we get from documentation that helps us understand this problem better. But the third pillar is stranding response and understanding entanglements from stranded animals that wash up. I'm going to go sort of quickly through this so that I can get to the end on time. But there's a lot of documentation that has been done on stranded animals that wash up with their entanglements that has really helped us understand how these entanglements occur in the water column. And again, this is a humpback whale that washed up with its entangling gear still in place on the animal. And from this documentation, we were able to really understand the configuration in a really great and accurate way, such that we could look at the different parts of the line, the different parts of the gear attached to the trap, to understand where in the water column this whale must have been when it became entangled and what it was doing when it became entangled. Because whales don't swim with their mouth open, they really only open their mouth to feed. We knew that this entangled whale that had line through its mouth was likely in a feeding activity when it became entangled. And from the nature of the line wraps around the pectoral flippers, we could sort of estimate where in the water column it was. And so things like this become really crucial in understanding why efforts like Richard's ropeless fishing gear technology are really important and will really reduce this risk of entanglement. And a perfect segue, a huge part of this solution is working with fishermen. Richard said it best: fishermen are going to be the heroes in this scenario. They have such an intimate knowledge of their fishing gear, how the ocean works, and this problem, that they're sort of the ones that are best situated to help us come up with solutions for how to prevent these entanglements, because prevention is absolutely the key. This is just an example of one of the different types of innovations that fishermen have been trying out: a Yale grip, a weak link, essentially a breaking point in the line, where if a whale becomes entangled, the line will break there, and it reduces the risk that that whale will have to carry a whole bunch of gear with it. And so what you can do as a member of the public interested, you can look for entangled whales. If you do ever see an entangled whale or even suspect it, report that entanglement immediately. You can call this hotline number, and a trained responder will always be on the other side of that hotline number to really talk you through what you're seeing. They'll ask you a whole bunch of questions to try to gather more information and assess whether it's an entanglement or not. And they'll see if you're able to stand by, which is a really important part of us successfully freeing a whale. The most important thing that you can do if you suspect a whale's entangled, or if you're reporting an entanglement, is to document. Take as many pictures as you possibly can. That will really help us. And I think I'm at the end of my time here, so I'm just gonna click through to the end here. The big thank you to everyone at KGUA for putting on this awesome symposium, for Scott and Tree for inviting me to speak, and for all the other wonderful talks that we've heard today. This is a wonderful topic in the nature of the ocean. Everything is interconnected. So I'm really thrilled to be able to share a talk like this and to work with you all. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, thank you, Scott and Tree. Also, I mean, Jack, this has just been an amazing presentation. We really, I can't say we enjoyed it. Just, and you're the one who has to live this life, but it's so important. I think one comment I have is it was so interesting to hear about the California coast, because a lot of the people have been presenting, and a lot of times we just think of lobsters. We think of Maine. Although we have Dungeness here, but we really don't think of what's happening on the California coast. And that one visual you had of those entanglements around, Monterey and Southern California was really enlightening. We just don't think of it happening. It's kind of like crimes. Oh, that happens elsewhere. Well, hey,
I was thinking you've got to be a really good shot with that crossbow.
It takes a lot of practice, that's for sure.
I noticed you did, following up on that, call yourself an entanglement responder. And I understand that there are many levels of entanglement responders, being able to use that crossbow and the knife thing you were talking about to cut those off. Can you tell us a little bit more about entanglement responders?
Absolutely. So there's 5 different levels, from level 1 up to level 5 responder. And level 5 responder is sort of the tippy top. You can, you're the most experienced, and it's the best it gets is for level 5 responders. But I'll work my way up. So level 1, this presentation I actually give as part of an outreach talk to level 1 responders to give them a whole bunch of background information on why entanglements are important and what they can do as level 1 responders. Level 1 responders are people who are out on the water who might look for an entanglement and call it in to us. A level 2 is someone like me who's in their apprentice period of trying to work towards becoming a level 3 or level 4 responder. You team up with a level 4 and you start working with them for about 1 to 2 years. Usually you need about 1 to 2 years experience and having worked on 3 to 4 entanglement response cases before you can apply for your level 3 clearance as a responder. You also need the endorsement of a level 4 responder before you can move to level 3. If you're at level 3, then you're permitted by NOAA to attach satellite tags to entangled whales to help track their movements and understand where they are. You're permitted to be in the small inflatable, the little response boat. You can do that as a level 2 as well if you're supervised by a level 4.
And Jack, we are now at the 11 o'clock hour.
Perfect.
For everything that you've been telling us so much. And I just want to thank you, say wave goodbye as we're going to transition into our final speaker. And again, we welcome you to come back next time too, or another day as well.
Thanks so much. All
right. This is KGUA in Walala 88.3 FM. Watch us on YouTube at KGUA Public Media Station or online at kgua.org, where you'll see the full schedule for the whole week. And we are now just about to introduce our final speaker. And before I do, I just want to mention again, this is brought to you by your friends here at KGUA, along with Scott and Tree Mercer, the founders of the Ocean Life Symposium. This is the 3rd annual Ocean Life Symposium final day. Thank you to our sponsors as well. And we'll mention those after the end of this presentation as we're now getting into it. And Paul, you have the honor and the privilege of introducing our last speaker.
Yes, I do feel very honored. And Cynde McInnis Bierman, just reading the first part of your bio, being a former elementary school teacher, I love this. Cynthia, the 7 Seas Whale Watch with the Ocean Alliance, using a life-size humpback whale as a teaching tool, taking this to elementary schools, educating children and students on what she's doing. This mobile whale, a life-size humpback whale. That's fascinating. It gets my blood going. I'm excited. So let's welcome the symposium, and I just can't wait to hear all about this whale.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I'm going to share my screen.
I'll let you go.
Do you see that?
Yes, we can, and we're going to let you take it from here.
All righty. Excellent. So I am going to share with everybody a little bit about my my story and how I got into working with whales. And then a little bit about what I've been doing with this life-size inflatable whale. And a little bit about how I pivoted once COVID happened and about what I've learned, which I think can relate to educators in any avenue. So whenever I talk to a group of kids, I always like to use maps to let them know about where I'm from. So I currently live in Massachusetts. That's a picture of me now. But I grew up in this state, and I know that not a lot of people know this state. It's the state of Indiana. So that was me as a little kid. And Indiana is in the middle of the country. It is, 900 miles away from my home now, near the Atlantic Ocean. It's 1,000 miles away from the Gulf of Mexico, 2,000 miles away from the Pacific. But ever since I was a little kid, I've loved whales. So it's my 5th grade school picture that I love showing to kids. I would write poems about whales. I did a history day project about whaling. I made this pot that had a big whale on it in 5th grade. In fact, by 5th grade, my art teacher told me that I needed to change my content, that I couldn't use whales on any more art projects. And my classmates used to make fun of me a lot. I had this, cute little whale, I thought, and they would draw, whenever I would draw it on the chalkboard, they would draw a giant shark eating it, or I would draw this cute little whale and they would stick a harpoon in it or something like that. But I never let it get to me because I thought they were so cool. I also found this, I wrote this when I was 14, almost 14. Now I want to grow up and be a cetologist, a whale scientist. I love whales. I also want to work at SeaWorld. I want to train whales. Everyone in my class thinks it's stupid, but I don't. I think it would be fun. So as a kid, I was fascinated by SeaWorld because of somebody having a relationship with an individual whale. I thought that was fascinating. Fast forward a little bit, when I graduated from college, where I did not study sciences. I wasn't really turned on to science in high school. And so I studied psychology because I knew I wanted to work with people somehow. But I came whale watching. And we saw this, so this was in 1994. I saw this whale named Zeppelin. And Zeppelin was born in 1989 to a whale named Milky Way. And this whale that I was watching swam down to the Caribbean, 2,000 miles away every year, and came back to the same place. And to me, that was mind-boggling that these wild animals, people knew, and when the tails came up, people recognized them. That absolutely blew my mind. And I knew I wanted to be a part of it. So I had actually come out looking for a job because I'd moved home for a couple of weeks and realized that was not a good life choice. So I came out here, left my resume, drove cross country for 3.5 weeks. And the night that I had gotten home, the woman called me and asked me to come out and be an intern. And I remember her saying, "You're going to eat, sleep, and breathe whales." And I thought, there is nothing that I would rather do. So I came out for a 3-month internship in 1994 and just wrapped up my 28th season watching whales. So the first season I was a data collector. The second season I worked in the galley, and I was a terrible galley person because I just wanted to watch the whales, not serve people food. But then the third year I got the job as a naturalist. And so, I hope people have been out whale watching, but if you haven't, that's the person that kind of is the MC of the trip, I guess. And so I stand up in the bridge when we're watching the whales and have a microphone and a camera. So the camera is because I'm taking pictures and contributing to science while I'm out there. But the mic is really because I'm sharing my passion for these animals with the passengers that are on the boat. And the first couple of years, I didn't take it very seriously. So we have like an hour travel time to get out to where the whales are. But pretty quickly, I met a professor from the University of Georgia, and we started talking about how people learn. And so I went back to get a master's, and I didn't really know what I'd wanted to do at that point. This was like 5 years after college. I just thought, wow, we have all this time on the boat that we could use to interact with people, to enhance their experience. And so I went back and I kind of designed my own program. I took different educational theories and related it to a 4-hour whale watch. Really looking at the goal of fostering a sense of environmental awareness, respect, and responsibility. And it was really kind of, I looked at things like, how do we take advantage of the downtime? How can we use small groups? How can we present information in different ways, aside from just talking on the PA? So this is going on in my life too. Meanwhile, 25 years ago, I was talking to Scott about this. I've always wanted to get an Oscar Mayer Wienermobile because I think it would be so cool to turn this into a whale, right? You could put a tail on it. You could put flippers on it. So if anybody watching has access to one, I would love to know. I happened to see this a couple of years ago. Actually, on my 25th anniversary of whale watching, this happened to come to the town next door. So that kind of had been brewing in the back of my mind for a while. And the other thing that was happening was, as I had been on the boat 20 years in, we used to do hundreds of school kids in the spring. We would take literally hundreds, probably thousands of kids out to watch whales. And now we take maybe 10 groups in the spring. And so I just kind of noticed that these kids are not getting out to watch whales. And so I needed to figure out a way to get whales to them. Okay. So I'm thinking Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. That's where I came up with the Whalemobile. So for 25 years, I had been calling this thing the Whalemobile. I just didn't know what it was going to look like. This is all like the few kids. So I started looking online for Whalemobiles and I found this one. I just threw it in here because I thought it was funny, from 1921. That's probably the oldest Whalemobile that's out there. But one of my interns, her father posted this picture, I think on Facebook, and it got me thinking like, okay, so, I want the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. It'd be so cool to drive up to a school in that, but if it's raining, like the kids aren't going to come out and see it. And so what if I got a really nice life-size inflatable to take into the schools, and I got a small car, that I could maybe wrap to look like a whale or something like that. And so I started looking into inflatable whales, and I had a plastic one that I would use, that I think a lot of people have made them and use them, and they're wonderful, but I wanted something that was a little more realistic. And so I found this company, Landmark Creations, and they had made a mother-calf pair for the Indianapolis Children's Museum. And I thought, interesting connection that it's in Indiana. And then they had also made one for another company that was a fin whale that you could go inside. And at the same time, I didn't know, but NOAA had contacted them about doing a right whale calf. And so I reached out and we kind of put together the design for the humpback whale. And I was probably awful to work with because I wanted to make sure it was, exact. And so really trying to make sure that the organs on the inside were the right size. I called IFAW to get an idea of life size. How big is the heart? How big are the lungs? How big is the stomach? Because I actually struggled finding that information. So I kind of had the concept, and then I thought, well, I got to have it be an individual whale. So I have this favorite, well, I have two favorite whales, but one of them is this whale named Nile. And she has been a favorite for just years. I remember, so she was born in 1987. So she's, what does that make her? 34 years old this year. Thought she was a male for a while. And then in 98, she came back with her first calf and has had 6 calves so far. And I've just had so many cool experiences. I vividly remember in 98 seeing her and her calf that we ended up naming Amazon. In 2001, I remember so clearly watching her and us pulling away and another boat coming in behind us. And they picked up that she was entangled. So I had totally missed it. She had black line that was going over her back. So they reported her as entangled to the Center for Coastal Studies. And so they came out to attempt to disentangle her that afternoon, and they weren't able to get near her. I think she had whales flanking both sides of her. And she disappeared for a couple of months. And then in October, she was seen free of gear. And I remember within a couple of days of her being seen free of gear, I remember so vividly having this dream of her going down on a dive. And in my dream, her tail came up really slowly and I could look and I saw that she was free of gear. So she just sort of held a special place in my heart. And I was sort of laughing because that whole art thing has continued. So I made this pot about 20 years ago, and I made this table about 20 years ago. And the dorsal fin in this table is Nile's dorsal fin. So she's one of my favorites. I thought I'd share a video of her going down on a dive so you can see that it's her. And so when I had my whale made, I had it be a model of Nile. And I'm going to this is kind of a sped up version of her getting inflated. But I remember, so I've had it for almost 10 years. Next spring will be 10 years. So I get this big box delivered to my doorstep. And obviously I want to just inflate it to see what it looks like, but I didn't know if I could do it outside or not. And so I called the school where my kids went and I was like, can I bring my big whale in the gym and inflate it and see what it looks like? And they said, sure, of course. And one of the things that I loved immediately was the eye. So when they made my whale, they were airbrushing the color onto the whale. I think now they print it on, but the eye is so real looking to me on the whale. But I had the tail painted and I had the dorsal fin, done similar to what the real Nile's dorsal fin looks like. And I started doing presentations and I sort of had a plan, but not really. So I would, talk to the kids outside. I would show them the underside of the tail and introduce the fact that it was Nile and how we recognized individuals, because to me, that's just one of the coolest pieces about going out whale watching is seeing these whales that we know and that we see year after year after year. And then I would take the kids in the whale. And at that point, I had the heart and lungs, one stomach, ribs, and vertebrae inside the whale. And when we were outside, I'd have them, touch different artifacts, look at krill and sand eels and baleen and teeth and some bones and that sort of thing. And I developed a couple other interactive things that we could do. So a whale tail matching game, and then the kids could draw their own whale tail and give their whale a name. And then another activity where we talk about trash and how long it takes things to biodegrade or decompose. And then what we can do to help kind of solve the issue of trash and marine debris in the ocean. And I was always just have the whale inflated and have the kids come in. I liked seeing their faces. And then one day I had this group of kids and it was two different grades. And so one grade I sent away and the other grade watched the whale inflate, and their reaction was amazing. And then the other class came in and it wasn't such a big reaction. And so I'm going to share this video with you. It only takes about 45 minutes. This is in real time. But what I want you to do is listen to the response of the kids. All right. And so for those of you that are on the radio, I'll narrate it a little bit. It's just the whale kind of slowly inflating right now. For the first 20 seconds, it kind of just looks like a blob on the floor, basically. And now it's about halfway inflated. And it just took the shape of a whale, really. But that response happens every single time. The whale gets about 2/3 of the way inflated, and the volume in the room and the rest of the whale inflates or goes up at the same time. So I wanted to share with you some of the fun places that I've put this whale. I mean, I literally walk into a room, and if it's big, I'm like, oh, I could put the whale in here. And I've been known to walk out 14 big steps, to see if the whale would fit in a room. So this was down at UMass Boston. I've done a couple big festivals. I don't like festivals as well because it's kind of a one-off thing and people pop in the whale for 5 minutes and they move on. And I feel like it's different than getting to spend an hour with a group of kids, but I've done them occasionally. I've set them up on town lawns. This was sort of funny. These were my interns for the summer on the boat. And it was the first time that one of my interns was asked if she did this with her mom. That wasn't very fun. Sometimes I get these really small rooms with pillars in them. And so I kind of have to maneuver the whale so that one flipper is in front of a pillar and another one's behind, and make sure the door is this space, kind of that slit on the side that you can see. Sometimes it'll fit in one room, but I'll have to have the tail, the skinnier part of the tail, going through a doorway into another room. And this was a really funny one. This was at a library. And it was supposed to be a really nice day, but there was this little green spot on the radar right above the city that we were in. And I didn't want to set it up and have it risk getting wet. So I set it up in front of the circulation desk in literally a pathway. So the tail was on the children's librarian desk and the flippers were through the stacks where the books were It barely fit. And then this library too, I've managed to fit it in some really ridiculously small areas. This was an ice rink. That was kind of a cool one. There was no ice on the rink. We did a road trip a couple years ago. So this was in Tennessee, actually, in a greenhouse. So again, it was raining, and so we had to take it inside. And so these were all rocks on the bottom of this greenhouse, and have the kids take their shoes off. So it was definitely not the most uncomfortable one to sit on the ground. And then this was out in Arizona. I just think it's funny to see the palm trees in front of the whale. I took it to England for a whale festival a couple years ago, and it was really fun. We were there for about 3 days, and one day was kind of kids' day. Steve Backo was there from England, and a lot of kids had been there to see him. And there was literally a line like 60 kids deep the whole day to go inside. And so the next morning, like as we were getting ready, some people had gone in the whale. I saw these two guys had come over. They had just done the Volvo ocean race. I think they had rode from Hawaii to California or something like that. And they're taking their shoes off really quickly, and they go inside. And when I went inside, there were 20 adults sitting in there that had been waiting to go in from the day before, but the line was too long for them. And so they were all excited to sneak in there. So it's just funny to walk in and see a bunch of adults instead of kids. And then this is the last one. This was a rehearsal dinner that I did because the bride loved whales. And so I set it up out for the rehearsal dinner. And they had these gourds that they made into whale, or in the shape of whales, that they would do shots out of. It was funny. So sometimes it's also been, really not all of these kids went inside the whale. I think one grade did, but sometimes I've addressed these, almost hundreds of people or hundreds of kids in the schools. And there's been a couple really kind of big highlights. Anytime I take it to Indiana or in the middle of the country, there's just something magical about it. I think because it's so different than anything that the kids are used to or exposed to. They're just fascinated. I mean, the expressions on their faces, it's so cool for them to be able to touch the different artifacts. They ask such amazing questions. They're just fascinated. Another really, really fun one that I did, and I've done this a couple times, is going to the Perkins School for the Blind. And so this has just been an amazing experience. We have the kids walk down the whole length of the whale, using their bodies to figure out how long the flippers are, or how big the eye is, or how long the mouth is. And it's funny when we go inside the whale. So I tend to leave the door open, because when the door is shut, there's the pressure gets funny inside and it bothers my ears. So I always leave it open. But for them, they were so sensitive to that and found that super interesting. But the other piece, again, it's looking at these individual animals and impressing upon anybody how unique it is to be able to go out and see these wild animals and know them as individuals. And so I was trying to think of a way for the students to understand this. And so I printed pictures of flukes on iron-on sheets, and I ironed them on these 8x10 canvases. And then I used puffy paint, and I went over all the black of the tails in puffy paint. So this one on the top is a whale named Fan. So Fan was the very first whale that I could recognize back in 1994. I actually saw her about 2 weeks ago. I have a picture I'll show you in a few minutes of her. So that we consider that a type 1. So the all white tails are type 1s. The second one is Echo. So she has this series of parallel lines that look like an echo. And that's how she got her name. And then this is Glow Stick, for the little glow sticks that are throughout the tail. They're kind of hard to see in this. And then obviously Nile. And so students were able to understand the different patterns, and then also be able to match up Nile's tail. And then another one that I did was at the Beverly School for the Deaf. And this was really amazing. They had a room where the floor would vibrate based on frequency, as well as these light poles that would have different lights based on frequency of the sounds. And so we did kind of, when I do an introduction, I talk about baleen whales and toothed whales, and how what is in their mouth impacts how they feed, which impacts their social structure, which impacts how they vocalize. And so we played some of the baleen whale sounds at a really low frequency for the students, and then the higher frequency sounds, but they could see and feel the sounds instead of hearing them. And then we also had the kids go inside the whale, and they had a crane that they would use, and they'd put the kids on blankets and prop them up on bean bags inside. And so these were nonverbal kids, but the smiles were just ear to ear. And it was just really awesome to be able to use this as a tool to reach an audience that may or not be able to get out on a whale watch to see them, but they can come still experience the whales. And so one of the things, you know, if I go back to even when I've been whale watching, one of my missions is to, you know, how do we take this experience with whales and have it make a difference for people? And so it's certainly something that I'm interested in, like, okay, I keep doing these programs, and what is the impact of it? And, you know, I get letters. So this little guy was so cute. He made his little Lego whale that's the jaw opened and stuff. It was so cool. And he brought it to the program that I had done. It was in Pennsylvania, I think, at night. So kids will draw pictures, and they often will do something with Niall's tail. And this on the right was a thank you from all the different languages of the kids that had come to see the presentation. And I just got some thank yous the other day, because, you know, part of my story that I share with kids is, here's this child who grew up in Indiana loving whales, who had no experience working on a boat, no experience working with whales, that got an internship, that figured out how to have whales be part of my life. Like, that's just something, I feel like that's part of my story that I have to share with kids. And so I just got these letters a couple days ago from some kids that acknowledged that, and they got that, and they thought that was really cool. And so I love that I can be a role model for some of those kids. And then this is just one of the coolest things that I didn't even put together when I decided to make it be a model of Niall. So Niall has spent most of the summers off the coast of Massachusetts for the last few years. And so people will go on, they'll see the whalemobile, and then they'll come whale watching and actually get to see Niall. So a couple summers ago in 2014, I had done this series of presentations in Western Mass. I think I did like 6 libraries in a couple days. And I was back on the boat, and this kid and his grandmother got out of the car, and we're talking to the owner in the parking lot. And the kid was 6, I think. And he was like, I'm going to go out there and see Niall today. And his grandmother had said that the kid had been bugging her for a couple of days to go whale watching after seeing the presentation. And so they found me on the boat. And sure enough, Niall and her calf that year were the first whales that we came across. And I was going through pictures. So this was actually a picture taken of Niall in 2013. And I threw this in there because I was thinking about this experience with this boy. But on Facebook recently, I had seen something about, somebody had asked about how you can tell if a whale is pregnant. And we kind of make our guesses, you know, on the boat, the naturalists do, about who we think is pregnant. And, you know, we don't know obviously for sure, but I feel like the pregnant whales, I always just think they look like coffee tables. They're just so enormous. But this picture gives you a better idea. So the picture on the right here is this whale named Sirius, who is a male. And then the picture on the left is Niall in the very end of October, looking very pregnant. And so I think I just thought it was such a cool, I love these images. I take these with me when I do the whalemobile, so that if kids ever ask about that, I can show them and be like, this is how we can tell. And this is a picture of that little calf actually the next year. So that, to me, that's been one of the coolest things, is that people can see my Niall, get introduced to her, and then be able to go out in the ocean and have that experience of recognizing a wild animal that's traveled thousands of miles and come back. But I've also had a couple encounters that have really had much more of an impact. And this is what I'm looking to try to do now. So I put together this little video about this one. I'm going to turn the volume down here a little bit, but it's in 1918. I went to see the 3rd graders in Stoneham, Mass. And after the initial presentation and spending time in the whale, we always talk about trash and how long it takes everyday items to just decompose, especially plastic. So the students went back to their classroom and they brainstormed ways that they could make a difference for whales in the oceans. So they wrote persuasive essays to the superintendent about why they shouldn't have styrofoam trays in the lunchroom. And then 6 students represented the 3rd grade at the school committee meeting to present their case. And as a result of their efforts, styrofoam trays were eliminated in all 3 of the elementary schools in Stona. So I think it's pretty amazing what kids can do. And I love sharing that with other kids to inspire them to be able to understand that they have the power to make a difference as well. So another school that I went to was in Council Rock in Rochester, New York. So not near the coast at all. And it was really cool because the principal would start out every morning with whale jokes. And then they had done a lot of art. And I think I'm going to have to stop sharing here for a second. And then I'm going to share a different picture. Hopefully you see that. Do you guys see this on your screen? I hope. This is so a thing that they had done on Chatterpix. So the kids are actually making these sounds. So they did some research about humpback whale songs, and then the kids did that. And then they had...
Whales can hold their breath for as long as 30 minutes. Whales eat fish, krill, and dolphins.
So they would make pictures. They'd make pictures and then write facts. And then they created a wonder wall.
This is our 2nd grade wonder wall. Here are questions and answers. Why do whales have holes and spray water out of them? They have a blowhole. It is used for breathing. Toothed whales have 1 blowhole and baleen whales have 2. Then they go above water, they breathe in. Then they close the blowhole and go underwater.
You get the idea. Let me go back to my other screen. Sorry. So they had done a lot to build up this visit from the Whalemobile. I came in Thanksgiving, and then in Earth Day, they had an Earth Week. So they counted the straws in their lunchroom, and they realized that all their silverware was packaged together, right? So even if you just needed a spoon, you got everything, and it all went into the trash. So they changed it, and they made individual things packaged and had everything neatly organized in terms of where stuff needed to go. And then they created this song that all the kids sang. Just gonna play the first verse. So for those of you on the radio, there's about 200 people in that room singing that song after the visit. But then they also did a big fundraiser, and the kids raised money. And then one of the stories they told me were these kids in a neighborhood, they had a lemonade stand, and they gave away the lemonade for free and asked for a donation for the whales. And these kids raised $1,200, and they donated it to the Whales of Guerrero Research Project out of Mexico. And for that donation, they got to name a whale. And so they named this whale Boomerang. And it was really cool because it created a connection for these kids in Mexico and in the US. But that money provided an opportunity for 200 local kids to get on the water to go out and see whales. And they had only experienced whales. If anything, it was in an oceanarium. And it also allowed for an intern to do a citizen science project with a local fisherman for 3 months. And so it really, what the kids did went a long way down there. And so it was a really cool project. And so I feel like as my momentum was getting to going from that, then COVID happened and everything came to a screeching halt for me. And so I realized I needed to pivot. And, you know, a year and a half ago, the virtual thing was not, I think I would, you know, I thought it would be so cool to talk to kids everywhere, but it wasn't really a reality. But I was like, okay, well, maybe I can do this virtually. I'll have to figure out how to do it. And originally I thought, well, you know, if I could get the Wi-Fi connection, I could blow it up in my front yard and I could go outside and actually be in the whale and talk to the kids. But the blower's on the whole time and it could be windy and, you know, all of that just seemed like it would be a lot. And so I decided to just make these short little snippets of videos. And so I inflated the whale in the front yard a whole bunch of times and had cameras set up at all different angles. And I took lots of different pictures of it in all different ways of the inside, the outside. And it was funny because the first time I had done it, somebody drove by and took a picture of it also, and then made a meme. So it was like months after I had done this, the meme popped up on, somebody had shared it with me that they had seen. I have no idea who made it. I just think it's funny. So I put it all together in a video, and I'm gonna put the volume down. So when I do this online, I do it for just one class at a time. And I'll introduce them to baleen whales and toothed whales and play the sounds that they make and show some videos of the different species that we see off our coast. So while I'm explaining this, I'm just showing different videos of the whale inflating. And then I introduce the kids to the fact that we name whales. They all have different names based on the patterns on their tails. And then I introduce Nile. And I asked them if they want to meet her, show a couple videos of Nile going down on dives so that they can be able to recognize that it's her. And then I show them the whale inflating. And it's really cool because the things that I hear the kids say, so when I do it on Zoom, I optimize it for video. So I don't actually see their faces because that goes away. But I mean, I've heard things like, oh my gosh, it's so big. This is the best day. This is epic. So even though it's on a screen, I feel like the kids get it, you know? I was just gonna, let's see if I can do this. So I also show them that the tail is painted like Nile's tail. So my Nile on the left, the real Nile on the right, and then the dorsal fin is done to be similar to her dorsal fin. And then I asked the kids if they want to go inside and they're like, yeah. And so I film myself going in and then being inside the whale. This is me coming in and looking towards the back. So really to give them an idea of size, I put myself in there. And then this is coming in and looking towards the front. And I try to get them to relate it to something. And so I find a lot of times when I'm talking to kids in their house, you know, I'll say it's about the size of your bedroom, you know, so if you reached your hands up in your bedroom, that's about how big Nile is on the inside. It's absolutely huge. And then we talk about it. We go outside in and talk about the different artifacts. So, and I mentioned before, I originally had the heart and the lungs and the ribs and the vertebrae. I took the whale back to Landmark in 2018 and had them add baleen and lower jaw and then the stomachs and intestines and stuff like that. So we basically go skin, blubber, muscle, talk about the skeleton. And one of the things that was really cool about doing it virtually that I discovered is that I could add other pictures. So here's a picture of my Nile on the left, but then a real skeleton in the same place on the right. And the red lines are put there to show where the lower jaw bones are. And then looking backwards, so the tail goes all the way to the vertebrae go all the way to the tail, but they don't have bones in their tails. And then I love this. So after the rib cage, we talk about heart and lungs. And I use this picture of me standing in front of the heart at the New Bedford Whaling Museum. And then this is Asha DeVos, who was up at the Toronto Museum, or the Royal Ontario Museum, I think. But this was the blue whale heart. And I get the kids to look at their skin to see their veins. And then I show the picture of Asha sticking her head inside of this one, so they understand really how big it is. And then I start at the front of the head, and we go all the way through the body until we get to the back of the body. And this is one of my favorite parts about what I learned, I guess, during COVID. I asked my friend Nancy, who I worked with on the boat for a long time, if she had a video of a whale pooping. And she found this awesome video that she had of this whale belly up, flapping its flippers, and it poops. And the kids' reaction to this is amazing. And I love that their reaction is amazing because it's a beautiful segue into why we need whales. And so I thought that I figured I would talk about this just a little bit. And this is what I explained to the kids, that when the whales poop, it gives us an idea of what they're feeding on. So whales come to Massachusetts to eat. I did not see any feeding the months of June, July, and August. So it was all underwater. Saw a tiny bit of pooping. And that's the only indication for us about what they're feeding on. Because if we don't see them feeding, if they're not feeding at the surface, we have no idea. So when it's red, they're feeding on krill often. Sometimes it could be copepods, but more often krill. We actually don't see a lot of red poop out here. Most of what we see is brown, and that means they're feeding on sand eels. So then I segue into plankton, and I actually haven't added this video to my presentation that I do with the kids because I just took this a week or so ago when I was doing a plankton lab. But the plankton, the small plants, plant-like critters in the ocean, right? The phytoplankton. And phytoplankton, just like plants on land, float near the surface, right? Because they need sunlight. So I asked the kids, first I asked them about why they think whale poop helps the ocean. And a lot of times they actually will say that it acts as fertilizer. And so then I'll explain it. I asked them what do plants need to grow? They need sunlight and nutrients. And so in the ocean, the phytoplankton are near the surface to be close to the sunlight. But in the ocean, the nutrients kind of sink. So where we are in Massachusetts, currents push those nutrients up to the surface. But whales are often pooping right at the surface. So they're constantly putting nutrients back into the ecosystem, which helps the plankton grow. And the plankton are super important because they're the bottom of the food chain in the ocean, right? But they're also really important for us. Kids don't know why that is, but they do know why we need trees. And every time I say that, they'll be like, to breathe. Occasionally they say for paper, but most often it's to breathe. But actually, the plankton, the phytoplankton in the ocean, we think makes more than half of the oxygen on our planet, which means take 2 breaths. Every other breath you take, we need to be thanking the whales. So for the first breath, say thank you, trees. For the second breath, we say thank you, oceans. So the oceans are such a really important part of our planet because they are the home of the whales and the plankton, the fish, all of these animals that are also a very important part of our planet. And so that's why we need to protect them. And from that, we go into a conversation about trash and that sort of thing. And I just wanted to share that I'm getting there. My goal is to get to all 50 states at some point, either virtually or in person. But I'm getting there. I'm getting there talking to people. And I wanted to share a little bit about kind of what I've learned, I guess, over the time of doing this. First of all, people love whales after encountering them. This is the whale, the flipper that you see is Fan. That's what I mentioned earlier. And this is her calf jumping out of the water. This was 2 weeks ago when we saw them. It was so cool to see her because I just so vividly remember taking this picture of her when I was an intern in '94. And it's so cool that she's still around today. So adults love whales. They love the Whalemobile. These are interns that I always take my interns with me to do programs, but this police officer had to get his picture with it too. These were the students at UMass Boston. These are my college students. So actually Monday, I've told them we have class in the gym and they have no idea why, but this is what they're going to see. And students, this was an email I'd gotten from a 3rd grade teacher. And she said the kids enjoyed it, but weeks later, my students are still talking about their experience with the Whalemobile. And and it's just amazing to see how attentive kids can be. And it's such a great way to reach kids, especially that struggle in sitting in a chair and paying attention in school. I often will see those kids are the ones that are just fully engaged inside the whale, which is really cool. I think it's also worked virtually. I've had so much fun talking to classes, and I will say that I don't want to talk to 500 kids on a Zoom call. I want to talk to a class of 20 because I want to interact with them. And so, at the most it's one classroom. And so it's 25 kids on Zoom. And so I make sure all their faces are on my screen so that I can see them and talk to them and answer their questions. And it's even worked in classrooms. I did some at the school that I had gone to in Indiana this year, and the kids they're all masked up, but they were sitting on the carpet, and I was just on the screen in front of them. And it was like we were just having a conversation. But I have to say that I love too, like, listening to their responses when I show the poop video is hilarious. And it really just makes me, it brings me back to this quote. This quote really informs everything that I do. From Baba Diem, he said, in the end, we can serve only what we love only what we understand, and we understand only what we're taught. So I use this every day on the Whale Watch, when I do my Whalemobile programs. And I've interacted with people around the topic of whales in lots of different ways, I guess, between formal classrooms, informal classrooms, the Whalemobile, festivals, and on the Whale Watch boat. And so I've kind of tried to put together some of my takeaways for you. This is my more theoretical part of the whole thing. Every time people have an encounter with whales, one of the goals is to help facilitate meaning making between the person and whales. Like, one of the things that I tell kids when I see them, like, I want you to think whales are the coolest animals when I'm done talking to you. And another goal is to encourage environmental stewardship, right? In some cases, that could be behavior change. When I did my master's, I kind of put together this model. And it's kind of looking at 3 bubbles. So think of a loop around this model as one encounter with whales. It could be one whale watch trip. It could be a Whalemobile program. People and whales, we kind of make this emotional connection between people and whales. And then there's this kind of more intellectual connection between whales and their environment. Like, that's kind of like what we know about what we learn about the animals. And then we have this connection between us and the environment, which is kind of our attitude towards it. So every trip through an experience, I feel like the stronger those connections are, the more likely environmental stewardship, behavior changes to occur. Okay. A lot of people come to these experiences not knowing anything, right? They've never been on a whale watch. They've never heard of whales, maybe in some cases, or they've heard of them, but it's this really abstract thing. And so to make the jump between getting people from, I don't even know what a whale is, to wanting them to protect whales is a really big leap. Okay. There's a lot of steps that need to happen there. And so one of the things that I've been really thinking about lately is getting people to start with, you, right? So especially because I've been talking to a lot of kids that don't live near the ocean. And so it's kind of, it's making that connection between people from wherever they are and the ocean. And so I think it starts with you taking, responsibility for your actions. And then it's protecting your backyard, and then going to your community, and then protecting the oceans and the planet, that sort of thing. Okay. So if we look at this kind of bridge that I'm creating, this is how I've been thinking about this in the last couple of months. You take somebody from, I don't know where to start, and maybe the first time they have an encounter, they think, oh, I can teach my friends about whales. And then the next encounter they have, I can recycle plastic in my house, and I can pick up trash in my backyard to make sure animals won't eat it. I could take a reusable water bottle to school and reduce my use of plastic. I can clean up the local park with my friends. I can get styrofoam trays banned at my school and get plastic bags banned in my city. get single-use plastic reduced at the state level. I can vote for people who will protect whales in the oceans. So you can see it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger in the impact that you could have, but it's also happening over time. And I think that as educators, as naturalists, as informal educators, as formal educators, thinking about every encounter that somebody has with whales is just helping them move along that path. We don't need to get them there all at once. Okay, so I guess slow baby steps is what I'm thinking. And I think about my own path to where I'm protecting whales now. For years, I just thought they were cool. In fact, I collected whale stuff for so long, and I ridiculously set it all up to try to get in the Guinness World Record book. And I did it 2 years ago. It was my thing. I just liked collecting whale stuff when I was little, but it has become so much more for me because of all of these little encounters along the way. And something that I think is really super important to remember is that, sometimes as educators, we can get so inundated by the bad stuff. I mean, we had the Right Whale Consortium meeting this week where they announced that there are 336 whales. And so much of what we read about right whales, I think, in the news is about the threats that are happening to them. And we need to think about they're really, really cool, they're just amazing animals. And so I think it's really important as educators to go back to that place of sharing our love for these animals and making sure that at every encounter along the way, we are connecting people emotionally to these whales. We're not just looking at trying to get them, to make a behavior change, but having faith that if they care about these animals, they are going to do things that protect them. And I think as educators too, it's also really important for us to get in touch with that, and instead of just, reading articles and, looking at data and all that stuff, going out and experiencing these animals that are so incredible, to remind us as educators how amazing they are so that we can share that passion with people around us. And I just wanted to share this last thing. One of the things that I think is super important that I've kind of come to through all of these different experiences in teaching about whales is to really focus on getting people to think about one thing. I think sometimes we go to places and they say, oh, you can recycle and you can call your senators and you can sign a petition and you can do this and this and this and this and this. And it's kind of like glazed over look. And so one of the things that I've really tried to focus on is just one thing. Like, what is the biggest thing that this audience could do? Okay, so in Gloucester, which is where I whale watch, 50 to 70% of our humpback whales have entanglement scars on their body. Half. One, if we see two whales, likely one of them has entanglement scars. And so it's probably the biggest problem out there. It's also something that people can do something about. They can choose their seafood wisely. They can also be vocal about where their seafood is coming from. And so on the whale watch, when we see an animal that has entanglement scars, the interpretation, what we're saying on the mic, can relate to that. We have signs on the boat. We have a teaching tool. So using the rubber band, putting the rubber band over your hand and asking people to get it off their fingers without using their other hand. And then we have a takeaway. So we would hand people a seafood watch card as they were leaving. And then I did pre-post and follow-up surveys. So basically I had a checklist of all these different behaviors and asked people to fill them out at different times throughout the trip. So the pre-survey was measuring baseline behaviors when they came in. The post-survey was after the encounter with the whales. So it's kind of measuring their intention to change their behavior. And then the follow-up survey was looking at whether they did change their behavior. And I narrowed it down to basically looking at recycling, using cloth bags, choosing chemicals, using a seafood guide, or signing a petition. And this was what I came up with. And I just wanted to point out a couple things. So the green here is on the y-axis is the percentage of people saying that, yes, they did those different behaviors. Okay, so the green is the pre, the purple is the post, and the blue is the follow-up. So the intention to change behavior increased. Recycling sort of balanced itself out, but everything else, the intention to change went up. So more people said that they were going to do a behavior than it did when they came on the boat. The use of cloth bags increased at intention, and it stayed high in the follow-up, but it wasn't statistically significant. What was statistically significant was the use of a seafood card. So the intention had increased and it stayed up at the follow-up. But for the chemicals and signing a petition, the intention was there, but in the follow-up, it went back to baseline levels. So I don't think the whale watch had any impact on it. One of the things that I want to say is that with cloth bags, marine debris is something that we talk about opportunistically. Unfortunately, it's a pretty opportunistic thing to talk about, but if we see a balloon and it's calm, we'll pull it out of the ocean. If we see something that's easy enough for us to gaff, we do try to pick it up, especially if it's a big item. One day we found this like 6-foot golden swan that had blown off from offshore. But so I think that increase in maybe the follow-up behavior, maybe it was because we had talked about marine debris on the water opportunistically, but really my take home from this is focusing on one thing. So, on the whale watch boat, to me, it's talking about entanglements and fishing gear. But when I'm talking to a group of kids, that's not something that's as relatable to them. But they can understand that piece of plastic doesn't need to be on the ground and that they could pick it up. They have the power to pick it up and put it in the trash can and really make a difference. And I think that as educators, we have to have faith that every encounter that people have, right, they're going to pick up different things that they can do. They're going to care about these animals that much more so that it is going to make a difference. And I hear people talking about preaching to the choir, but we all can always do more. All of us can. I know 2 people that I think really, really just exemplify to me environmental consciousness, I guess. All of us, I think, can do more. And so I think remembering that we all have this kind of collective responsibility, but also we don't need to all do it ourselves, I guess, is what the point I want to make, is that we can rely on experiences with people going out in lots of different ways. And I think the more we do this, the happier that these animals are going to be, the healthier they're going to be, and the healthier our planet is going to be. I think education is such a powerful way forward. So that is it. I just wanted to throw this up there. If anybody is interested in programs, virtual or otherwise, in person, even if you don't live near me, I have a list and my next road trips of where I want to take the whale. So if you contact me, I'll put you on my list and let you know when I might be in your state. But very happy to talk to everybody today. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much. All of us here are enthralled, obviously, with your whale mobile and your ingenuity there. Scott and Tree Mercer are with us. Tree, you need to move please a little closer. There you go. Thank you. Leanne Lindsay, and we have George Callis and Paul Monday. Also, we've all been hosting this wonderful event all week long. You got the last word for us of all of our wonderful speakers this week. And Paul, being a former teacher, has just been enthralled, as we all have.
I've been enthralled. I mean, what a hands-on visual experience to engage these children. Really, truly. I mean, just to see how big it is, and then for all the steps that you take them through, and then really explaining why is their excrement so important? It feeds the phytoplankton. That gives us oxygen on our planet. And then that feeds the krill, which then the whales eat. And the whales absorb the carbon too, as we discovered this week.
See, we've been learning. We've been paying attention. I mean,
excellent.
It's coming around this Ocean Symposium, which the 6 of us will be talking about in a bit after this ends. But Leanne, I imagine that the little tiny studio we're in is about the size of being inside her whale.
Well, as she reached up, that really showed how big, and if you have to be a tall person too, I mean, so you're looking at maybe 10, 11 foot, 12 foot ceilings, correct, Cynde?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I had a question too. Let's go back to this excrement, the poop part. So if it's not red, which sort of indicates the krill or what phytoplankton, not phyto.
The copepods. So I have another picture of sei whale poop. And it's the copepods are kind of like krill in that they have that kind of reddish colored shell a little bit, but when the sei whales were feeding on that, their poop was bright red but chunkier. Sorry.
And we even had one of the speakers talked about the plastics in the ocean, and they even showed microplastic in those little tiny, things that the whale do eat to survive. So that it was an important thing to hear about as well. Now, so going back to this, so if it's not red and it's brown, what was that word that you said that it's probably
they're feeding on fish, but we can't tell what kind of fish. It could be sand eels are one of the things that they feed on. When I was out last week, actually, I got a picture of the fish were jumping out of the water before the whale would come up. And I think they were little herring that they were feeding on last week. But the fish poop tends to be browner.
Well, it really did take us all by such surprise too, because we're not experts on this, and that's where we have all the speakers this week. But how much carbon that the whales pull into their bodies, and over a lifetime, to learn that it's like 33 tons that then they sequester when they finally end up on the bottom of the sea. So that is just so important to learn, and you're helping these children learn at such an early age why these whales and this ocean life is so important to humankind and to the climate crises too, and how it can help. Nature can help us.
Paul, jump right on in here.
Yes.
Yeah, Cynde, I have to say, the impression that these children are getting by seeing this real life size whale is just to be on your side and see it. It's got to be so heartwarming and so rewarding.
It is. You know what's funny is whenever they come in the whale, the teacher is often the last one that comes in. And I just thought about this the other day. I was like, the teacher needs to be the first one that comes in the whale, because I'm the only one that gets to see the look on their faces, which is just of sheer awe. I mean, it's the best thing.
I'm sorry, Paul, go ahead.
Just love that. And, being with children and working in the ski industry and schools, those impressions last forever.
Paul helped start the Ski-Wee program that was then with Ski Magazine helped to put all across the country, because it was a different way of teaching the little ones how to ski.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And George, did you have a comment?
No, not right now. Thank you.
All right. Because we're right at the top of the hour at 12 o'clock, but we could still have another question for Cynde.
Not a question, just she did mention how long ago we talked about this. My son is now 27. I remember he was 2 the first time Cynde and I talked about this, and we had a good laugh at the time about the Oscar Mayer Wiener car. I turned that sausage or whatever it is into a minke whale. all the way around the country with that. And then when she told me she's from Indiana, it made even more sense. So I was glad she put that picture in of herself with one of those cars, because that would have been hilarious. But she did find a way to get around it. And I'm also really proud of her for pivoting during the time of COVID, because so many people that had started businesses threw up their hands, and it was oh, woe is me. But she found a way to carry on with that. And another thing that Tree and I were talking about was, with 19 speakers, each person has talked about something different, but they've all overlapped. And she was mentioning the same thing that Ralph Chalmers was talking about yesterday, The Economist. And it's doing like one giant Venn diagram here with all these overlapping circles, where each person's had a different emphasis, but everything is overlapped. And Jen Kennedy's photo of the copepod, or Cocoa Puffs, as we used to call them sometimes, with the plastic and the right whales then eating a ton a day or more of those. So everybody has mentioned, the same type of problems, but during different themes. So that's been really a thrill for me anyway, to see how this has overlapped through the 19 speakers in a whole week of this.
Truly, that's exactly what Peggy was saying too. And you should have heard us, Cynde, laughing in the background. You couldn't hear us because we weren't on air, but you had us all through the presentation laughing at different parts.
What I was going to mention to Cynde was Tree and I are in a separate studio here, but we never heard so much laughing this week.
Good.
Presentation, especially of course the poop stuff. And but that overlapped with Ralph's talk yesterday, Ralph Chumley's talk. But yeah, there was a lot of laughter going on in the studio throughout, especially when you inflated it. Just like I was in a studio full of children here.
Yeah, I was expecting to see you with your little mouth on a tube going.
I should do that. I should hand out something, not straws, but I'll have to get something else to hand out to the kids and be like, you guys ready to blow it up?
Well, it's time to let our listeners know what they are listening to here. It's just at the top of the hour, going a few minutes past. And this is KGUA in Wallala 88.3 FM. We are online live at kgua.org and on YouTube, where you can watch this entire series whenever you like. And we have just been listening to Cynde McInnis, and she is with Seven Seals Whale Watch and the Ocean Alliance, and Scott and Tree Mercer of Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study, who founded this entire event, and our hosts, Paul Mundy and George Callis there, and also Ms. Peggy Berryhill, who is the GM and founder of KGUA 10 years ago this past August. And that is a project of the Native Media Resource Center. And I'm Leanne Lindsay, one of the producers here too. And I just want to thank you, Cynde, for being with us. Thank you guys for being in with us. And we're now going to move into actually our hour of wrap up. And Cynde, you're welcome to stay or say goodbye, whatever you need to do. But are you going to stay for a little bit, or are you saying goodbye?
No, I do need to go. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
You've been great. Thank you. All right. And then, so I think to get it underway, Peggy, how about we just have Scott and Tree tell us how all this got started? Because this is now the 3rd annual Ocean Life Symposium. So, hey guys, what happened? What got the fire in you to get this going?
Okay, well, actually the film festival, the Mendocino Film Festival that
right.
you all invited us to and gave us the passes. I actually started this. There was a talk there given by a scientist while she was came to introduce her film, which I think was about sea level rise or along in India and so forth, and countries like that. And then afterwards, after the film, she talked some more about activism, and then that ended so the next film could start. And as I went by, one of the people working the film festival, I gave him actually Tree's business card. I didn't have any of my own. And then I kind of forgot about it. And about 3 days later, we got a phone call inviting us up to Mendocino to speak to a public meeting about the Navy's plans from Alaska to Southern California to set off explosives out here, test weapons, do a lot of sonic testing. And people were quite concerned about this. So we went up one evening, and Andy Wellington from Mendocino High School, Thais Mazur from, which actually lives right over the line there in Fort Bragg, and Nicole Martinson were there she's from Surfrider Foundation, and she's the artist who made our poster. And as Tree and I walked in, Andy Wellington handed me a microphone and said, speak. So I wasn't really prepared, but I began talking about noise in the ocean. And I had brought along a recording from Howie Garrett's brother, Ken Balcom. He had made from the beach of a Navy ship just slightly offshore, and a group of the highly threatened southern resident orcas. And you could hear the noise coming off the ship, the sonar testing that they were doing. And the orcas were milling around and actually shrieking. You could hear the noise the orcas were making. They were screaming, and loud clicking and very loud vocalizing. They were bumping into each other. They didn't know whether to go left or right. They were trying to get away from the noise, which is impossible. And Ken was radioing the ship, telling them to stop. He used to be in the Navy, so I guess he felt obligated to do that. And he was asking them to shut that off. And then Andy actually put that up on, we were in the Performing Arts Center, and Andy actually put that all up on the big screen so that all the people in the auditorium could see what was going on much better. And from that, then we were asking people to write letters to the Navy, because there was going to be a time to send in responses, a comment period. And a lot of people mentioned that they didn't have the education or the knowledge to write a well-defined letter to the Navy. So we came up with the idea of holding these symposiums. And we met the first few times at Thais Mazur's house. There were 5 of us, and Tree and I and Andy, Nicole, and Thais. And from that came the first symposium. Actually, then we held another meeting at our house here in Gualala with just 3 of us. And we came up with the idea, started throwing around ideas for speakers and how we're going to get them here. And we kept the idea to hold it in Mendocino at that Matheson Auditorium, which we did. And Thais went around and got 5 or 6 free rooms for 2 nights at the Stanford Inn, which I know Peggy's well familiar with.
Beautiful place. Yes, she got to be there.
Those owners are amazing. They gave us like 5 or 6 rooms for 2 nights. So that's like 10 or 12 rooms, 10 or 12 nights worth of business for the book. But
yeah,
then,
Jeff Stanford and his wife, Joan, really do like to support the community, especially great causes like this.
yeah, we got
They're all vegan there too.
I gave a talk, and Howie Garrett gave 2 talks. Michael Stalker gave 2 talks. Tristan McHugh gave a talk. She's from Reef Check, but now I think she's with the Nature Conservancy.
That's right.
And you've interviewed Tristan here on the air, Peggy.
That's right.
About kelp. And she runs a citizen science project, which I remember her saying is a fine line between scientists and citizen scientists when you're scuba diving around kelp reefs, and it kind of blurs the lines. And Doug Purcell gave a talk on seabird biology. And right then, we finished at about 3:30 or 4 o'clock, and some of us went to dinner at the Mendocino Cafe. And at 4:30, PG&E shut the power off for the next 96 hours. So we just made it. Actually, the first night, while Michael Stalker was giving a talk on sonics and sonar and loud noises in the ocean, suddenly the fire alarm went off in the auditorium, that loud shrieking and strobe lights going off. And I mean, that was pretty timely, but it put an end to the program right then.
But you could see how it affected the people in the audience. So you can relate that to how it sounds noisy.
Bumping into each other and holding our ears. And we all went out in the parking lot. The fire department came, they inspected the auditorium, let us back in. And while we were in the parking lot, it was kind of fascinating. 2 Native Americans just appeared and began talking about Prince William Sound, the oil spill, fishing there, salmon fishing and so forth. They're just spontaneous, as far as I know, because Andy had been trying to get Native Americans in this and they didn't respond to the invitations. And I to this day, I'm still not exactly sure who they were. When we filed back into the auditorium, we didn't see them again. They finished talking, the 2 of them. It was fascinating. It's fascinating where they came from. And we didn't really see them again. And, that was part of the magic of the whole thing. And then, like I said, the next day we ended just in time before PG&E shut off the power. But that's really how this started. And then last year, Tree and I carried on alone. I was going to hold this at the community center here in Gualala, and then COVID shut everything down. And then we had 4th of July picnic over at the cabin, as you call it.
It's a cabin.
Susan's house. One of you asked me, what's going on with the Ocean Symposium this year? And I said, well, right now, nothing, because we're shut down. I think I asked you, I said, either one of you, any of you know how to run a Zoom meeting? And Leanne, of course, raised her hand. And
this techie.
we were trying to make it a little more interactive with the audience. And I said, well, in the winter, I watched a conference from the Marine Mammal Institute at the Andrew Trice group at the University of British Columbia. And we watched it because it was live on YouTube. And then Leanne said, well, why don't we investigate that? And that's how we ran.
As soon as you said it could go live YouTube, I was like, oh, ding, 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 TV, radio on TV channel. That's so now people say we see you on the radio.
Yeah, so this made it fun because it wasn't something to be recorded that we could tell people about, and they could see it a month later, which they can with this, but they saw it live. And I sat there watching people that I know well giving presentations live there at the University of British Columbia. And then we were able to do that here last October. And the only stress we really had last year was the fires around us and the smoke in the air, but it didn't interfere with what we were doing here.
And
then,
it was a shorter format too. We had to move from one speaker to the next pretty quick within 1 hour. So that pretty, it was condensed last year. So this year spread it out.
Was it 3 days last year, or was it also
It was all week.
Was it all week?
With a
Okay.
wrap up on Friday. So we didn't have any speakers on Friday.
yeah, it was 4 days, 3 speakers. And I kind of planned it like some of the big conferences where there's almost speed talks. Each person had 15 minutes. We held it for an hour, but each person had 15 minutes, which gave you guys time for station IDs and announcements. And so we had 11 speakers speaking on 12 topics because Zack, who's never at a loss for words, you found out today, he gave 2 talks last year because Tristan McHugh had dropped out because of a conflict with her schedule. And Zack graciously said he would speak not only about the first disentanglement, our ropeless deer, which hadn't quite been developed yet, and which you saw today, and right whales. So he spoke for an hour. That's why we had 11 speakers on 12 topics. And then this year we had 19 speakers, 3 hours a day. I'll never forget Peggy's look on Peggy's face when you told her, and for five days here.
What? 3 hours, 5 days a week, plus an extra hour to do a wrap up. Yeah, and I just want to let our listeners and viewers out there know too that 2020 version is still on YouTube, on our YouTube channel. So you can scroll down and even watch last year's series as well. Yeah,
that's great.
There's at least one teacher today, maybe 2 in a high school in Maine who are watching Ralph Chomy's talk from yesterday. So as Cynde McInnis described it, it'll live forever on Facebook. I'm sorry, on YouTube. I keep mixing those two up on YouTube.
But we can put it to Facebook if you want to.
Meta.
Oh, Meta, excuse me.
No
New
longer
name
Facebook.
for Facebook, right.
Well, this has just been an incredible week.
It
and
has.
I mean, each of your symposiums that you guys have organized have been phenomenal. And of course, we met Scott and Tree. Well, actually, I'm not even sure how we met other than, knowing at the lighthouse, probably giving your presentations. And then as you have become regulars here at KGUA once a month coming in or by phone or Zoom. I have to say that's one thing that I think has been positive about COVID is our ability to do something like this today, where we couldn't have a conference and bring, and the money it would cost to bring all of the speakers together and put them at the Stanford, wherever, and the food and all of that. But to be able to have everybody on, and the thing that I'm so impressed with all of this is just the synchronicity of it all. All of the speakers, everybody coming together, not necessarily knowing exactly what each other is going to talk about, but there was this, as Roberta said, the interdisciplinary perspectives, with Ralph Chomy being economics, fishery concerns, other scientists, the last 2 days really focusing on entanglements. I didn't even realize we had entanglements here on the West Coast until we had the young man, just Jack Barkowski, was that his name? Talking about that, engaging children, in so many different ways. Our last speaker
they're the next generation.
Yeah.
Hello.
So I'm sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead. That's what I was
just
saying.
and with our last speaker talking about wanting to make whales just a part of our life. Just be our part of our lives, just really focusing on them. So, there's so many areas that we've been able to cover.
And we even talked about how we could even package up the CHAMI presentation for the school systems. You know, like Paul and I talked about that. We talked about that with you yesterday because it is important information that he shared with us.
George Callis, you are an editor and a publisher yourself. What is your perspective on this week-long series that we've been presenting in this newer format?
Well, I think the format has been fantastic because it allows you to watch it, view it on YouTube, or listen on the radio. I've done a combination of that all during the week. Sometimes when I was in my car, I just turned on the radio. Other times I'm sitting at home, I pull it up on my phone. So you've got a lot of options there. And then anything that maybe I missed a speaker, not a problem. I can look at it on YouTube at any time, and it's there basically forever. So it's wonderful. It's a wonderful resource. It's kind of like having a book or reference material on your shelf. You can always pull that book down and look something up, reread some information that you'd seen before. This is useful in that way. These speakers, I thought they covered a nice range of material. As Scott mentioned, there was a certain amount of overlap, but not an excessive amount of overlap. You know, we got a lot of information on marine mammals, certainly this week, and a lot of that was layered with climate change and a lot of related processes to climate change. I'm thinking of the impact of the food chain that Helen Killeen, sorry, I was drawing a blank there, talked to us about on Monday.
Yeah.
That seems like a long time ago now, but a lot of related things. So there's a lot of food, there's a lot of information, a lot of data, and sort of I think the next challenge for those that spend a lot of time professionally or as citizen scientists thinking about, there's a lot of information to sort of assimilate and put into a framework, so to speak. Because I heard new ideas myself, and I wouldn't consider myself someone who's highly cognizant about the science of the ocean and marine mammals. You know, I would say I'd have the average understanding of the average person, but it's great to hear new ideas and be challenged to think about things in new ways. So in that sense, I think you got a treasure trove of material here in this week's symposium. It's nice we can go back and listen to last year's, and I think this gives us a lot to go on. The Mercers and KGUA, a lot to think about as far as how do you structure future symposiums or other forms of conveying information. It's pretty exciting, I think, to combine radio and YouTube along with a lot of expert speakers.
And along that same vein, George, I just want to take a moment to just show our viewers that if you just pull up your YouTube app on your phone, you've got a couple of things that you can do. You can cast it at the top if you've got Chromecast, say, to your TV and watch on the large screen, but also because of Bluetooth, you can pull this up and play it on your car speakers. So any day you want to listen to, you can be traveling across the country and listening to it. And the other thing that we've got is our Air Pocket app, which does the same thing. And so if you go into that app and then pull it up, which it just, where did it go? It went off of my phone for the first time. Well, the way that you get the app on your phone is to go to kgua.org. And then when you pull that up and click on Listen Live at the top of the page, that is then going to pull up the Air Pocket app. So if I click on Listen Live, then the Air Pocket app comes up. And from there, you can put it into Bluetooth into your car speakers or at home.
Just,
you know,
use your fingers to watch, listen. I love the idea that you can project or cast, whatever the proper term is, some of these presentations on your own screen, either your computer or your television at home. This whole week has been so amazing as we've covered the Atlantic coast, the West Coast, so many different humpbacks. We've talked about humpbacks. We've met people within our own communities from Bodega Bay to Fort Bragg who are out there studying, giving walks, giving talks. Some are professionals, some are just lifelong, interested in presenting the information. We've had a lot of people known as citizen scientists. We didn't know what that term was until here, even at KGUA, maybe 3 years ago. We started learning about people who were citizen scientists and who are working along side by side with science to help as we look at the impacts of global warming. And you have to say some of the watching the films about the entanglements are very hard and painful to watch. We've known for some years we've looked at land mammals, let's save the wolves, kind of thing. But we didn't know about saving the whales and how the whales actually save us as well. We haven't seen that impact. And as I know we were all still talking about Ralph Chami yesterday.
And even Tree, by the way, you were saying, Tree, how you now were making notes to then when people come up to talk to you guys, when you're watching whales, how to educate them on these things.
Yes, we often have that opportunity to speak with a lot of people, which we enjoy and we encourage that. And they'll come out to the cliffs. They see us with the big binoculars and they have an idea that we're looking for whales. And up until yesterday, I kind of felt my role was to teach them about the whales and the mammals, the marine mammals that we would be likely to see. And then Ralph planted the seed that I could do so much more. I could tell them why it's important, why should you care about that whale that might be passing by our coastline at that time. I just feel I've been empowered by many of the things that we've learned and heard this week.
I think that's an excellent point, because there is always that part of the audience or community that says, well, what's in it for me? What's the big deal? Who cares what's happening to the right whales in the Atlantic, or who cares about the Dungeness, and the crab boats and all of that?
I'm in the middle of the country. What do I care?
Yeah. And it was a wonderful thing about our last presenter who, with her whale, her inflatable whale, and taking it to the middle of the country where people don't have, they might have some pretty big catfish in some of those channels out there, but you're not going to find a whale, so what is the importance of understanding? And of course, I can't help but say, as an Indigenous person, that all life is sacred. This is what it means. This is what it means to have respect for each other, not only as humans, coast to coast, inland, wherever you are, but also with all the life around you. And so we didn't just hear about whales, we heard about birds as well. We heard about other forms of life in the sea, from the tiniest little things that we can't see that those gigantic whales eat. Just amazing. Tree, you and I were talking earlier about the plastic issue.
Yes, definitely. Jen Kennedy did a wonderful presentation to really, force us to think about that and focus on, this tremendous issue, a real problem that exists, and with these plastics, microplastics in the ocean, they do get into those smallest little organisms. She showed they were glowing, that when she took that picture, you could see the tiny green pieces of plastic, which are then eaten by a larger organism, maybe a fish, and then that fish has ingested it, it's in their body, larger fish comes along, so on and so forth. Yes, right up to the whales, either directly or indirectly, they are ingesting a lot of plastic. Often when necropsies are performed on stranded marine mammals, and they, if the body isn't too terribly decomposed, during the necropsy, they can open the stomach and examine the contents. And so often plastic material is found in there. Now, did that contribute to the death of the animal? That it may be implied, or it may not be able to determine that direct cause, but it certainly can't be good for that mammal to be ingesting that type of plastic.
You know, and while we've been talking about this morning, I was looking for a pen in my office. We have hundreds of pens. Where did they all go? There's, I just needed one. And so I finally found one, and it hadn't been used yet. And the thing that was a little bit of upsetting, actually, it was this pen here, and I'm actually going to name it. It's a Papermate Ink Joy. But the point of it is the little, what do you call that, nib on the pen? The little nib on the pen, they had a little piece of plastic on there, on all of these little pins, and you have to, pry off the little piece of plastic. What is the point? Does it evaporate quickly, or will it leak? But regardless, there was this tiny little piece of plastic that has to come off of every pen before you use it. Is that really necessary?
Right.
Do we want to buy products like this? And Teresa said, well, we're just going to, she said, we write to them and ask them, why do they put that little tiny piece of plastic that is exactly the kind of thing that ends up in somebody's stomach somewhere, even if it's in landfill, it's still going to end up somewhere that it doesn't need to be. So re-educating ourselves. We're not here to shame anyone. We all have to be re-educated. We all understand that we try and do our best with those dang plastic bags, or carrying cloth bags to the market, or whatever it is, but it's a part of our life.
It's a behavior change.
Yes.
And that's something that, again, Ralph Chami and others had mentioned, even our last speaker. And just while I can just take a moment, I did finally get our Air Pocket app up on the phone, and you can see that it will show you what the current show is. And then also there's a daily schedule that you can click on. It's all interactive.
And put that right up there.
Yeah.
In front of that
I just want you to
camera
see
so
that you
people
can get this
see.
on our website. So go to the website, kgua.org, click listen live, and this app will pop up. You can save it to any device or computer. And that way, then you can take it with you, and you can listen to the show that's current. And then if you use SoundCloud or the YouTube channel, you can pull that up on an app. We are going to be putting up the audio portions up onto SoundCloud later. So just different ways that people can go back and get a history lesson, get information on what can be done. And that was the thing I really enjoyed about Ralph Chami, because he did talk about all these positive things of what we can do. I mean, I've got a couple of pages of notes of the things that he said. He's such a great professor, and we can get into maybe some of those in a bit, but I did want to mention that our first speaker of the first day was Richard Charter down in Bodega Bay. And Peggy, what was it that he sent to us just today?
Richard Charter, for those who may not know, is one of we just call him locally an ocean hero.
Yes.
He has been fighting to save our area of the Pacific for decades. And he just spends a lot of time in Washington and talking about the poisoning on the Farallones and other issues that have to do with the ocean. And I asked him, how are things going in Washington with the new administration? And he was still not quite sure how things were going. However, last night he sent us a note that the House, the new bill, the House text includes provisions that would end new offshore fossil fuel leasing in federal waters along both the Atlantic and Pacific coasts. And for those of you who live locally, if you don't know it, Shell Oil has a bunch of available leases right off of Point Arena in Manchester. That could happen right here. They could even put wind turbines there, which they're doing farther north. So anyway, to end the fossil fuel leasing there, and then
and the Gulf of Mexico.
And the Gulf of Mexico. Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. And another piece, the House bill includes the provisions that the HNR, is that House resolution, I believe that stands for HNR, marked up, which would repeal the Arctic Refuge Leasing Program and buy back the leases that are currently held, because in the Arctic National Refuge, huge, huge pieces of land that are untouched, home of the reindeer and other species
Indigenous
there.
people too.
And indigenous people too. That's right. The Gwich'in people have been fighting for the protection of that land for decades. So those are two things that are in the current bill that we hope passes soon. I think they've put off voting again. But the importance of protecting everything here, the earth and everything. And, one thing, since we're talking about House bills, I do wish that the Democrats would talk more about the jobs that could be created from green energy practices and from, saving the land here. And there are other uses because as Ralph, I'm going to let you quote this, what Ralph Chami said about how long do we have left on this planet?
Right. And he talked about, do we go high tech? Do we go, and he called it earth tech. And he did get that from someone else too, but earth tech, there's biodiversities. And when the ocean dies, we die. And he talked about how to walk on the earth softly, but the business aspect of it came down to realizing that nature is not external to us. We need to rethink the economics of our oceans because nature is saying, I'm valuable. And it's been doing this for 4 or 5 billion years with no surprises on how to fix problems. The whales are there to absorb carbon, as are the phytoplankton, the whale and the elephants and the trees. But a couple of more things. He talked about economic well-being. And he said that some of the countries like New Zealand are protecting the rivers by calling it a personhood. So there are legal protections and it's codified in the law. And from that, you can then take action against whatever entity or person might be endangering that river. And also bees in Costa Rica, they're a personhood now. Bangladesh and other places like Ecuador put it into their constitution about the rights of nature and how we can build. He talked further about how we build businesses around protecting natural assets, because if you think of the whale, it's not really an asset. It is the services that whale provides. Correct, Scott?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was thinking about something else when you were saying that, but about what Richard was talking about years ago was on Peggy's show one day. He was saying that the oil companies looking ahead made sure that they had an interest in places where offshore air power, wind power might go. So they covered their bases ahead of time with having if leases went in for something else, if they still own that area, or they are a business interest in it.
And see, there again, we're talking about land. Land is an asset. That is because the law made it so. And so the law also talks about stocks and bonds. Well, those were created and those have, things attached to them that you can codify into the law, consequences related to different stocks and bonds or to real estate. It should be the same about our oceans.
Well, let's go back to the Constitution for a moment here.
Okay.
Let's have a little constitutional lesson here. The line in the Constitution that says all men are created equal. Now, originally, the people who wrote the Constitution got a lot of their knowledge from the great laws of the Haudenosaunee of the Northeast, which you guys from Maine are very familiar with. Well, the Haudenosaunee said all things are created equal, meaning all things, all life. What a difference this nation might have been if it had not changed that to all men. And as we have known throughout history, that primarily means all white men are created
I
equal.
remember you saying that. Thank you for bringing that up.
So what a difference we would have as humans if we really did adopt that all life is sacred, all life is equal, how we would teach our children differently. And as you say, as Ralph Chami, put monetary value on it because that's what our nation is. And I've often said English is a language of commerce as well. So other nations have managed to add personhood and adopt the living beings within their nations as being equally important.
Yeah, he was talking about building markets around living nature, enforce penalties, and show it as a value on the balance sheet. So if you're assigning value, you would then being able to codify it in the law, and then it has penalties associated with it. But also you can create businesses where you get donations to help protect those whales, let's say, for instance, or elephants in perpetuity. And then you can sell carbon credits to, and he brought up the example of Microsoft. So he really gave us some good tools and tips as to what we as individuals can do too, because we can reach out to our policymakers. We can reach out to the lawmakers. We can reach out to the philanthropists. So,
well, I'm going to ask George if he could kind of respond to this. You've been, out and about in the world, other worlds out there. And what do you think when some of our listeners who are elsewhere might be hearing us talking about the value and assigning personhood to bees and that kind of thing?
Well,
Do they think being la Californians?
Well, sure, to a certain degree, and I think you're going to find a wide range of opinions everywhere because the idea of all human beings being created equal, and of course, in execution in our history, that's not always been delivered in that way. Certainly wasn't, but the way we understand that term now, generally, we mean all people in this country have a right to be treated equally and should be viewed as equal under the law. That, I think, found its basis, the focus on humankind found its basis probably in the Judeo-Christian theology, where in Genesis, man, Adam and Eve, the creation story, were told to have dominion over the earth. Mankind was to go forth and multiply and be fruitful and hold dominion over the earth. That's how it's stated. That's a very ingrained idea. And when the population of the earth was considerably smaller, you could dominate the earth. I shouldn't say dominate. You could use up the resources of the earth without destroying the earth. It might take you a long time. We're way past that now. We're at a point considerably past that, beginning with the Industrial Revolution, which at the time no one could see where that would lead, but we certainly do now. So this idea of holding dominion over the earth is very much rooted in a theology, I think. Just as you were commenting, Peggy, a lot of indigenous belief systems said all things have value, and it was more on an equal footing. So in some sense, there's competition between those two, and I'm going to call them belief systems or thought systems. What I especially liked about Ralph Chami was he wasn't going to debate which belief system you should have, because you can say Native American beliefs hold that all life forms are equal. And somebody from somewhere else could say, well, no, I should, human life is sacrosanct and everything else is below that. And that's not a debate either side is likely going to convince the other on. So it ends up being fruitless. However, the idea of assigning economic value to things that really do have value, economic value and the attendant economic penalties for violating that, that's something everybody can begin to understand, especially when you demonstrate scientifically, okay, why are whales important? I mean, there's a long list of ideas about why that's important, and therefore do we look at policy that says they have value, and therefore it's valuable to keep our whales alive and healthy and thriving and everything, and therefore there's penalties when violations occur. We already do this. Every country does. We already do this. We tax things that we want to diminish. we put a price tag on things. If you drive 100 miles an hour down the freeway, we have, as a society, have said that's unsafe. That's unsafe, and therefore there's a penalty. The penalty is called a speeding ticket. I think we've all experienced that. What does it do? It acts as a deterrent. We all can remember. I can sure remember, younger time in my life and getting that real big speeding ticket at a time when, funds were not real great in younger years. And for a lot of people, that's still true. And what did I think? I was thinking, wow, that was $100 speeding ticket. I don't think they're that cheap anymore. In fact, I know for a fact they're not. But it hurt. And what did I internalize?
It changed your.
I've got to change my behavior. Yeah. So I think there's a way to do that without having to get somebody to buy in necessarily to a belief system that is foreign to them, but we can understand through science what's valuable, and then say economically, how can we assign value? Economically, how can we deter the things that harm the environment to do so? So I don't know. That's my thought. Yeah. Yes, a lot of people. In answer to your question, Peggy, yes, a lot of people are going to say, yeah, it's California. They're all fruits and nuts and flaky and everything like that. That happens too. I don't know if that's a good answer.
What do you say, Mainers? Is that what they think about us in Maine?
She's talking to you and Scott.
No, not with Susan Collins there. They shouldn't be calling anybody else names.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on. Paul, you haven't weighed in much here. What do you think about it?
To kind of follow where George was going, one of the descriptions that was brought up is the shipping industry. It's economics, it's money, it has timelines. The ship needs to get to port, but will it slow down because there's a whale in front, or they're going to charge right through and try to get to the port? Well, the pilot of the ship doesn't have any penalties. All he knows is he needs to get, or she needs to get to port on time. Now, if there's a penalty involved, and I loved one of the things that Chummy said was, let's say that ship is Lloyd's of London insured. Well, when Lloyd's of London finds out when the pilot hits the ship, there's a $300,000 fine, Lloyd's doesn't want to pay it. He's going to put it right onto that pilot of that ship. And so that's going to change some behavior, hopefully, but still there's that economic, got to get to port. We got to get these, this cargo ship in there. And the whale takes the back seat, unfortunately, and it still does continue to happen.
Well, and part of that, if we're talking about behavior change, it's a lot of that is consumerism, isn't it? We all want we can go online and we all know where we're going to go online to buy that thing that's going to be here tomorrow. Yeah. What do you mean it's not going to be here in a week?
And look at all those tanker ships sitting off the coast,
So, so it's, there are all of these things that are part of the, could be solutions and a part of, we're part of the problems. Obviously, there's us two-legged things running around here, how holding dominion as we've been told we can. So a lot of the things we're learning about behavior change, the importance of teachers, like the last woman we heard, the kind of work that Paul has done. I started out to be a teacher.
And that was Cynde McInnis Bierman of Seven Seals Whale Watch and Ocean Alliance. And I'm just looking through the calendar too, just a schedule that you, Tree, and Scott put together starting from Monday. Richard Charter had talked about climate chaos as an excuse for further destruction of our environment. Then we heard from Sherry Goforth Eby from the Mendonoma Gray Whale Photo ID Project about photo evidence of year-round presence of residency of gray whales, which was a lot of new information that she's been tracking. And then Howie Garrett of the Orca Network, connecting whales and people in the Pacific Northwest. And then just continuing on Monday from Bodega Marine Lab, UC Davis, was Helen Killeen, who talked about that warming from the bottom up. Climate impacts at the base of the food web and implications for California marine species. So the list continued throughout the week. It was phenomenal.
Exactly. I think some of the general things that we heard over the week were about this warm blob, which is the scientific name for
A
it.
few
The
brought
warm,
that up. Yeah.
the warming blob that's
Right.
out there in the ocean, and how that has changed things for the sea life and what it's meaning also for our fishermen. The sad ongoing story of entanglements, but the positive things that are being done today.
That's right.
We learned a lot.
Buoyless and Ropeless technology.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing for lobster fishermen and crab fishermen. So that might not be happening quite as much. So those are interesting. Again, the marine debris and how we all have to re-educate ourselves to not be part of that. So, I mean,
well,
just
Jen
on and
Kennedy,
on.
right, from the Blue Ocean Society had talked about that, the plastics and other debris in the marine environment. And then also Bill Keener on Tuesday from down in Sausalito, the Marine Mammal Center, talked about the tales of urban whales in San Francisco Bay's cetacean restoration. That was eye-opening. It's like getting an educational lesson and history lesson on a lot of these presentations as well.
Yeah, and history, exactly.
Yeah.
Scott and Tree, having grown up in around Maine, and the history of how fishermen are now changing, because this is centuries and families going back generations who were fishing people. And that's a whole different culture and community. And it's taken a while, but it seems like, at least what we're learning from Smelt, who presented today, and from your other friends, and from you being back east, that things do seem to be changing. So we can, as humans, we can change.
Yeah, I grew up with seeing subsistence living with my mother's side of the family in New Hampshire. Lived on the coast and had a farm that went back to the 1700s. And all of my relatives, older relatives who lived there, had they heated with wood. They'd cut down just the right trees, not too many, just the right ones. And they went out and we did a lot of fishing in the summer, which was all, and the fish were all frozen to be eaten during the winter. They did a little what they called sea fowling. They went out and shot some ducks, and everything was a sea duck that came back with them. No matter what it was a sea duck. And that's how they lived. And that was the way my mother was brought up, and that was kind of passed on to me, that they're also depression people. So you just didn't throw things away. I wanted to add on to something Paul was talking about with the ships that I thought of, was with the apps that are out now, you can identify different ships. They are actually being monitored as they're coming into Boston Harbor and passing through the Stellwagen Bank National Marine Sanctuary. There are people who see the ships coming in even at night, and with these that app that identifies ships, they can tell what speed they're coming in with, and actually are giving these ships and the shipping companies grades, just like teachers. And they don't want to get a D or an F.
There's the consequences.
Yeah, and they're putting in their websites. We received an A grade or a B grade from for example, the right whale conservation groups or something like that. So it's sort of a consequence and something that they can brag about. And when you're talking about Richard's legislation Richard's talking about, don't count on the politicians to pass this on their own. They have a lot of influence, green influence, not the type of green we're talking about, but you need to flood them with letters and emails, because one thing that scares the hell out of them is something that looks like a movement. And if you can send in a lot of letters and don't leave it to somebody else to do. I think it was Margaret Mead, and think of Daniel Ellsberg, Jane Goodall, one person who made a big difference. I mean, the Dalai Lama said, if you don't think one being makes a difference, try sleeping in a room with a single mosquito.
Yeah.
In these last few minutes too of this third annual Ocean Life Symposium, and just looking back over the highlights, what are some of the other highlights that you guys can think of? And then before the top of the hour, I would like to thank our sponsors again, because they did help support us through this. So
let's get to the highlights. I want to add one more thing. Scott and Tree, having this symposium is an amazing educational opportunity. And I look at our local schools and our children in the schools, and I even look further north to the university in Humboldt and the junior colleges in the area. This program that's on YouTube, and it's evergreen, it's going to be here forever. And what an amazing opportunity for those professors and school teachers and the students to learn. We've created an incredible, and thanks to you two, opportunity for education. And for me, being a former educator and still educating, I assume, it's a wonderful thing you've done. And I just really wanted to put that out there for. Thank you.
And
Here.
yes, here. And actually, while we're at it, I would also like to thank all the local organizations that did come together to help us with this. And starting with the Sea Ranch Lodge, with the restaurant and cafe that they've got, and then Lisberg and Associates and Corporation of Real Estate. And then also, or was it? No, it's Lisberg and Company Realtors. They just changed their name. So we're still grappling with getting to know that. But then Linden Design Gallery, Lou and Maynard Linden. And then there is the Sea Ranch Supply and CNA Metalworks, the Aitchisons, and then Surf Market, Carolyn Ducato, Steve May, and Anchor Bay Thai Kitchen, Kwanjai. Just so many people help support each other here in this community to bring things like this about.
Yeah, and I have to say, yes, I was shocked when I found out that we had agreed to preempt 3 hours a day of regular programming for this event. But I'm very proud of it, and we should all give Leanne, her own, kudos for what she did to help pull this all together, and all of you.
And all the team. I mean, we have a big team.
There's some more people sitting out there.
And then, that's Roberta Chan and Susan Rushmeyer and Jean Berry, and down in the Bay Area is my son, Jordan Schusler, who helped with a lot of the media kit materials, which took a lot of time in Photoshop, and then Roberta Chan, who then took a lot of the information from Tree. So it took a team.
It took a team. And I just want to remind the audience, you're listening to, and some of you have been watching radio from a tiny little station. Tiny little station.
Volunteers here.
All volunteers, including Susan and I. But, to bring this information, because it is important. We are all matter. And yes, we are lucky enough, and I don't know even if it's luck, to be living where we do, up and down the coast, but caring about that life out there. We've spent a lot of time talking about whales, and I said this the other day, but it's still true. The second we see a blow, we might see a fin. We might see some, what do you call them, knuckles, fin knuckles or something, or the back. Just something out there in the ocean, we all stop and say, look, it's a whale, because those animals are so magnificent, and they're there. But to be able to see them and to learn this week that they're not just beautiful, they are significant in the survival of all of us land creatures as well.
They can really help with climate change, turning the tide against that, because if we have more whales, we have more carbon capture. And if we have more whales, we have more poop excrement, which goes out and feeds the phytoplankton, which also creates over 50% of the oxygen on this planet.
How many times in this past hour has Leanne said poop?
I just got a kick out of that. But there was one more thing I wanted to say, was that now the thought's gone. So what were you going to say, Scott? Just take it from there.
If I don't remember this, I'm not going to be able to sleep. We're speaking about sponsors. Back in April, I started a GoFundMe, wondering how I was going to get people up here, pay for their hotels. This one I was planning still to do it. This third one at the
Our community center, right?
I think the people who contributed to that initially, that was Robin Applegate, Jeannie Jackson, Joel and Pat Chabon.
And anonymous.
There was anonymous too. Thank you, anonymous. But that, it came kind of a screeching halt. And then, you guys stepped in, you're willing to do this again. But I did want to acknowledge those people who contributed to that early back in April GoFundMe.
I really am glad that you did bring that up. And I also just remembered what it was I wanted to say, because we've been talking a lot about the whales, but we have seals, sea lions, and down in the Sea Ranch, Laura Court and some of the others, Jody, what was her last name? One of the speakers, who all get together to be docents to help educate the public on our seals, and they are an attraction. People want to stop and see them.
Pinnipeds. You've been hearing
Pinnipeds.
that term throughout these past several days. Pinnipeds means those seals and sea lions, correct? And then, Norma Jellison down at Bodega Bay, giving tours and taking people out to the Bodega Head. And I had to admit, embarrassingly, that living in Bodega Bay for all those years, I never saw whales. Well, I didn't go out to the head because, I went out to the head. I just didn't happen to go there during when the whales were going by.
I used to come in from Sebastopol, where I used to live, and back then I even had a motorcycle too, and I'd ride up to Bodega Head and watch the whales. But we had so many great people here, like Bill Keener, as I mentioned, from the Marine Mammal Center, Ted Cheeseman of Happy Whale, building a knowledge of the individual whales with citizen science and research collaborations. And then also Sarah Grimes up in Fort Bragg from the Noyo Center for Marine Science and California Academy of Sciences, who talked about the marine mammal strandings update. That's so important, that detective work to figure out what has happened to these creatures. Right?
Sarah Bogart, our citizen scientist, another
right.
one of our citizens.
She was the one I was trying to think of too.
Yeah. Is there, why don't you give us some more, learning about the Atlantic white sharks, another important predator
that we wanted to find out, but Cynthia couldn't make it because the power was out on the East Coast. But that was the nor'easter that happened. But you can go to the Atlantic White Shark Conservancy and find out more there for sure.
Suzanne from the LA Times.
Yes, Suzanne Russ from the LA Times. We had a comment on Facebook that I said that you need to send that to, if you have questions, to oceanlifesymposium@gmail.com, because they had more information about the Marshall Islands and the connection with our Pacific coast too.
Great.
So she gave us a real history lesson on the nuclear testing around those islands.
Yeah, I just want to give an idea of how special these 19 speakers are, who gave of their time and their education to make this possible. We sent out 40 invitations to get 19 people. And, it was tough getting them. And so we're very grateful for the 19 who hit reply, and probably the majority of the extra 20 or so that we sent out didn't even hit reply. So it was just great getting these 19 people in. And two of them I was mentioning, Victoria and Helen. There's a whole lot of karma involved there in getting those two.
Right. And we're going to have to close this out pretty quickly here. George Callis, Paul Monday, Scott and Tree, Roberta Chan, Susan Rushmeyer, Jean Berry, who has been feeding us in the mornings, spoiling this crew here. Thank you all so much. And Roberta and Paul, I think too, we'll all take part in trying to get these on SoundCloud. But for those of you who missed the series, go to KGUA's YouTube channel. You'll be able to see many of the presentations as we have seen. And of course, I think everybody's sort of number one favorite, because it was so different, was Ralph Shami from the International Monetary Fund, who taught us a whole different way to look at this amazing work of conservation, preservation, education that is going on about the ocean life around the world and what it means to us land mammals who are wandering around here and the future. So we're going to go. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you, Leanne. And we got to go now to an encore of Peggy's Place on a completely different topic. Buffy Barrasso of the Mendocino County Health Department, who's talking about opioid addiction and prevention.
And this seems to be the original file too, which does have some announcements at the beginning. So I'm going to do my best to get us to the right place.
It may have been stuck in Synology if you want to take a quick look.
I did
it says
get it
version
from there.
2.
Oh, does it say version 2?
There's
All
a
right.
version 2. So there it is. I think it's there. Edit right there. There you go. So
all right.
So we don't confuse you with the announcements. Everybody have a great weekend. This crew is probably going to rest a lot and sleep a lot. And Scott and Tree will continue to make their homes out at the ocean, sitting in chairs with long lenses, and you can stop and talk to them anytime.
Right now, I'm going to get a booster shot from a long needle.
Okay, you go ahead and do that, and we'll get started with this program.
All right. Thank you so much for listening to KGUA in Wallala 88.3 FM and online at kgua.org. I'm Leanne Lindsay, Peggy Berryhill, Paul Mundy, George Callis, Scott and Tree Mercer, and everyone else. Thank you so much for watching and listening. And we're going now into a Peggy's Place.
You're listening to KGUA in Wallala.